Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, requesting all our participants to kindly take their seats inside the hall. Our dignitaries are here and we would like to go ahead with the proceedings of today's event. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly be seated. We would also request for all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode from now onwards. Thank you.
मैडम का हाइट कम है ना इसीलिए
बाद में करना टी ब्रेक नहीं टी ब्रेक में करना है अगर
Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated and all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode, please. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to be seated. Namaskar, good morning, and a very warm welcome to the 10th Annual Conference of Cloud+Data Center India 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, as is customary, we begin every ceremony with the auspicious lamp lighting, and I have the privilege in inviting our distinguished dignitaries to join us on the stage to light the ceremonial lamp. I invite our special guest of honor, Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General Software Technology Parks of India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I invite our guest of honor, Shri Atul Sinha, DDG BTU, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. I invite our special guest, Shri Golok Kumar Simli, Principal Advisor and CTO, Passport Seva Program, Ministry of External Affairs. I invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Prashant Oberoi, Director India and SAC Northern Communication, Ms. Bikshaka Bhattacharya, Head Public Policy, AWS India and South Asia. I invite Dr. S.N. Gupta, Senior Office Bearer of Broadband India Forum, Brigadier Anil Tandon, Director General Broadband India Forum, and Mr. Shashidharan, Managing Director, Bharat Exhibitions. And let's put our hands together on the ceremonial inauguration of the 10th Annual Conference of Cloud+Data Center India 2024. Thank you very much indeed for doing the honors. May I request for a group photograph with the lamp? A group photograph, please. Thank you very much indeed for doing the honors of formally inaugurating the conference. I would request our dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the stage. Thank you. And let's once again put our hands together to welcome all our dignitaries for the inaugural session. Namaskar, and once again a very warm welcome to the 10th Annual Cloud+Data Center India Conference 2024. This milestone event brings together visionaries, industry leaders, policymakers, and innovators to discuss our theme of the year, Next Generation Cloud and Data Centers Powering the Digital Transformation in India, which is being organized by Bharat Exhibitions along with Broadband India Forum, supported by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, presented by Northern and powered by AWS. As we all know, the data centers and cloud infrastructure are the backbone of India's Digital India mission, driving rapid innovation and transformation across various sectors. Today we have a distinguished lineup of speakers who will address the critical aspect of this mission, from regulatory frameworks to technological advancements, guiding us towards a sustainable digital economy. And to begin this important event, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Shashidharan, Managing Director of Bharat Exhibitions, for the welcome address. Mr. Dharan has been a driving force behind this conference, passionately promoting the growth of India's data center and cloud industry. Today he will be sharing the vision for the future of cloud and data centers in India. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Shashidharan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the 10th edition of Cloud and Data Center event. As you know, Bharat Exhibition has been organizing various B2B conferences in the IT and telecom and cybersecurity industry for the last 21 years. So this is going to be the 22nd years we are continuing with the events. And I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais to discuss this important topic, the cloud and data center. As you know, we've been reading on a daily basis the kind of business which is going to boom for the data center industry. As per the studies, the growth rate is 8% reaching US dollar 8 billion by 2025. So there is a good news for us and how to achieve this, how to grab this business. We all are waiting for this. So we have an experts on this industry on the dais sitting to how do we achieve this in the country. As you know, our Yashasvi Prime Minister and his team is working on a 24-hour basis how to increase our growth in the world map. Having said that, there are challenges. Huge country, big population, various languages, but still India is one. That's the beauty we have. And having said that, I don't want to spend much of a time. I just wanted to put one topic that skilled people, we're still lacking on that in this, especially in India. So we need to do how to increase the skilled people to achieve this challenge. Thank you so much. We'll listen to the experts how this data center business is growing and what are their plans. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed for those warm words of welcome. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we have the introductory address by Dr. S.N. Gupta from the Broadband India Forum. With a wealth of experience in broadband policy and infrastructure, Dr. Gupta is well regarded for his contributions to India's digital landscape. We would now like to request you, sir, to kindly provide insights into the broadband infrastructure landscape and its role in supporting India's cloud and data center ecosystems. So let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. S.N. Gupta for the introductory address.
Thank you, Sapna. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished Mr. Arvind Ji, Director General STPI, our chief guest for the day. Mr. Atul Sinha Ji, DDG DOT, our guest of honor, and all the dignitaries on the dais, delegates from government, friends from industry, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It's indeed a great honor and privilege for me to be speaking today on this important event that is one of the most important driver of digital transformation across the entire country, the subject of data centers and cloud infrastructure. These technologies are not just the backbone of modern business operations, but they are the very engines propelling India's digital ambitions forward towards Viksit Bharat, as is envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister. Actually, as you know, Digital India initiative was launched in 2015 by the same Prime Minister Modi ji with a purpose to make India a digitally empowered society and a knowledge economy. At the heart of this vision and the digital transformation is the infrastructure that is called data center and cloud ecosystem. The data center industry is seeing significant expansion in India due to the rise in data consumption and generation of data. As you know, India is the most number one actually data generating country, and 20% of the total world's data actually gets generated in India or consumed in India. 1/5 of the total world's data. And some of the factors which are driving the data center growth in India are very important to be mentioned. RBI mandate of strong financial data in India, like you have to store all the personal data in India only, that is the RBI mandate. Increased digitalization and internet penetration. We have 1.2 billion internet users, and out of them 950 million are actually broadband users. Government initiatives and policies promoting data center development, rise in cloud computing services, demand for data storage, and now this DPDP Act actually, which also hints towards localization of data. So according to this one report by CNW, the total capacity of India's data centers in the major cities only 1 gigawatt actually. As you know, the data center capacities are measured in the power consumption, not on the bandwidth or storage capacity. But looking to the experience, it will be growing to 2 gigawatt, that means doubling by 2028. And its potential for the contribution to GDP is very high at a rate of 10% actually, which is likely to become 11.6 billion by 2032 from the 4.5 billion. Actually, today only the Deputy Governor of RBI have mentioned, actually the digital economy of the country, which will be fueled by data centers and cloud, will add not just 2 trillion or 3 trillion, 7 to 10 trillion to the GDP actually. That means the ambition of 7 trillion by 2030 actually will be majorly contributed by digital economy and data centers. Actually, and in case of the data center growth to the Indian economy, main 2 things. One, like Shashi also mentioned, the job creation. The data centers will always create the jobs in addition to other indirect growth. And the second thing is they will also attract the increased foreign investment. That is also the goal of the government is first employment generation, job generation, and then also to attract the foreign direct investment. And it is not only the investment, but also technology transfers, knowledge sharing, and development of supporting infrastructure. All these things, the aim is actually, and that is also vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, that India should emerge as a global data center hub. Actually, till now we were IT hub or outsourcing hub, but Prime Minister idea is like 6G. He is telling India should be a leader, which we already have become actually. The same thing PM wants, in global data center also we should be the leader. We should become a hub of global data center. In addition to that, rise of edge computing is also adding this. And then there is one thing which is very, very important, where the data center capability or capacity are measured, that is on the power. So power consumption by data center is a matter of concern, though it tells how big we are, but that also means we are consuming more power. So luckily there are a lot of technology. I think this conference, I hope, will be discussing that there are advances in the renewable energy sources, efficient cooling systems, AI modular design, energy efficient hardware, and also to reduce the environmental impact. So that is what I think should be debated more than anything else actually. How to reduce the power consumption. And one idea I'll give from my side, actually, if you can permit the data centers or the cloud service provider directly get a dark fiber from the IP1, infrastructure provider one. Today they are allowed to give only to the licensed operator. According to me, the data center also as CSP is a licensed operator. So if a IP1 can give directly fiber to a data center, and then it can be actually plugged into the server or whatever networking equipment you have through SFE, then lot of power saving happens actually. And that is a very simple thing. The government, I think the chief guest Arvind ji will also throw some light on that because he is from that side. So that can itself reduce the power consumption and make it more efficient. Also, these other thing is about the economic growth, creating the opportunity and citizen access to digital services. But in the end, I like to mention one more thing, and that is about the security issues. Whenever you talk about data, or whenever we talk about the cloud, so always security, cyber security, the data loss, data protection are always the issue. In data center also, this issue will have to be handled actually. It will be handled. Actually, I have just read about a technology which I'll just mention, that is called data space. Data space is adopted all over the world in developing country. EU have actually passed the act on that. And GDPR was actually enabled through data space. So I'll not be talking more about that actually. Even I will, because time is not there, I'll request all of you to ask ChatGPT about the data space, because she knows more than me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sharing those insightful remarks and for the introductory address. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege to invite for the keynote address Mr. Prashant Oberoi, Director for India and SAARC at Norton Communications. Mr. Oberoi has played a key role in shaping communication solutions across the region, and we would request you, sir, to kindly throw some more light on the transformative impact of the next generation data centers on India's digital economy. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Prashant Oberoi.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, friends. It is a pleasure to be here, and thanks to Bharat Exhibition, and very special thanks to Shashi sir for giving this opportunity to be presenting the keynote. It is a pleasure here as we explore this topic, which is pivotal to India's growth story, the role of data centers and the cloud infrastructure in advancing the Digital India mission. As we all know, Digital India mission is more than just a government initiative. It is a vision that is transforming, where technology empowers every citizen. It touches life in some way or the other. At the core of this transformation, it lies the data. Vast amount of data generated daily, and our ability to harness it through the resilient cloud and data center infrastructure. Today, we are witnessing a huge growth in this sector. To support this expansion, the Indian government has introduced a comprehensive data center policy, along with the streamlined single window clearance system. These initiatives are aimed at simplifying the approvals which are required for this industry to grow and enabling the swift operations. Let's just consider what's the data center story looking like. Today, we have tier 3 data centers. As of last year, we have about 900 megawatts of capacity of data centers. And we are talking about within 5 years, it will grow to 3.3 gigawatt at an impressive CAGR of 16.2%. More importantly, tier 4 data centers are expected to grow even at a higher CAGR of 29.54, going from 200 megawatts to 1.3 gigawatts in next 5 years. Smartphone usage has increased from 800 million couple of years back to close to, it is expected to touch 1.2 billion in next 5 years, which is compounding growth of 5.52%. This surge in along with this, the surge in initiative like Make in India is driving the demand for data and consequently the data center infrastructure. The telecom revolution led by players like Jio and Airtel has dramatically reshaped India's internet industry. Additionally, government encouragements of digital payment and online services has fueled the demand for data further. 5G adoption is further expected to take consumptions of all Indian users, and it is increasing day by day by high data-intensive applications like OTT, and this strengthens the case for more data centers. Now, with that comes the challenges of the data sovereignty and localization as well. As we navigate through this regulatory landscape, it is crucial to recognize that data sovereignty requires data to be governed by the laws of the country and where it is collected. For India, this concept holds growing significance as we prioritize the protection of our citizens' data. The DPDP Act is an essential step in this direction. The Act governs the processing of digital personal data in a way that respects individual privacy while addressing the need for lawful data processing as well. A balance crucial for protecting the individual rights and fostering the digital growth. Looking ahead, what it holds future for cloud data center and Indian digital economy. We are on brink of remarkable transformation, emerging trends like server virtualization, edge computing, hybrid cloud, intelligent monitoring, automation, AI driving a major thing, hyperscale data centers, chip-level security, 5G networks. Green data centers are reshaping how we think and operate our data centers. The shift towards sustainability especially is pivotal as we strive to balance the growth with environmental responsibility. As well as Sir said, ki power will play a major role and data centers consuming huge amount of power. We have seen this in certain countries where they have to bring in laws that no further new data centers will be created, like Singapore had to put a stop to it. So we have to consider the power implications and the green initiatives along with it so that we don't land up into a situation where we have to stop the growth of this sector. In conclusion, the role of data center and cloud infrastructure is driving India's Digital India mission cannot be overstated. The data center market is on a strong growth trajectory, and as we navigate the intricacies of policies and regulation and technology advances, which we will be, I'm sure, doing in multiple sessions here, it is critical for all the stakeholders, government, industry, and academia to collaborate together and work closely. Together, we can unlock the full potential of digital economy, ensuring India is not only keeps the pace with global development, but becomes one of the leaders and stands at the forefront of innovation and excellence. With this, I would thank once again the Bharat exhibition to give this opportunity, and we will navigate through a lot of these emerging trends and policy matters over the period of the day as we go through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oberoi, for your thought-provoking insights on the future of the data centers in India and for sharing your vision of how this industry will shape the digital economy tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, our next eminent speaker is Ms. Vishakha Bhattacharya, Head of Public Policy for AWS India and South Asia. Ms. Bhattacharya has been instrumental in navigating complex policy landscapes, and today will be sharing with us insights into data sovereignty, localization, and how AWS is supporting India's regulatory framework. Please welcome Ms. Vishakha Bhattacharya for the industry address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your patience. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the organizers for having me. Grateful to the dignitaries on the dais, as well as each one of you who've braved the gray morning air in Delhi to be with us. Speakers before me have actually laid out a wonderful context leading into some of the details that I'll be covering in this talk. And I work for a company called Amazon Web Services. We provide cloud computing services. A little bit about Amazon Web Services before we dive in. We pioneered the concept of cloud before it was even called cloud computing, and that's why we have a name which says Amazon Web Services. Sometimes we are mistaken for, providing website development services, but those are in early days. In these 18 years, we have learned a lot from our customers as well. We have 34 geographic regions across the world. For us, geographic region is not necessarily related to the political boundary. but a geographic region essentially consists of availability zones. And this is what makes Amazon Web Services, design and availability as one of the leaders in the market, which is the concept of availability zone. Every region that we have has more than one availability zone, and each availability zone is a cluster of data centers. So what you have is multiple data centers within the region, and that is what makes one region for AWS. We also work very, very closely with partners and companies across the world who develop services and applications using AWS cloud computing services. And we have more than 130K partners across 200 countries, and more than 70% actually headquartered outside of India. We support security standards and compliance certifications, more than 140 of them, and these could be country specific, like MATI empanelment or C5 in Germany or IRAP in Australia. We also support sector-specific compliances and certifications, like HIPAA for healthcare, PCI for payments, and of course, one of the founding conditions and principles of our cloud service is that our customers retain complete control and ownership of their data. We offer more than 230 services today, and aligning with the leadership principles of Amazon, which is customer obsession, since 2006, we have reduced our prices 134 times and passed it on to our customers. Our mission in India is empowering builders and business to build a better India. We work with governments, with enterprises, with startups, with not-for-profit, as well as students as we deliver on this mission. We've been investing in India since 2011 actually, but a lot of it has happened in the last 7-8 years. Our commitment to India is long-term. In 2016, we invested in our first region in Mumbai. Just to remind you, it's multiple clusters of data centers in Mumbai. And since then, we have continued to augment our infrastructure as our customers have grown, and as well as offering cloud services from India to them. And more recently, in 2022, we announced the second availability of the second region in Hyderabad to our customers. And we have a planned cumulative investment of 16.4 billion by 2030. One of the things that was mentioned earlier was, the energy guzzling nature of data centers, and that's a reality that we are dealing with. Overall, Amazon actually committed to a promise which is called the Climate Pledge, where we now have more than 500 corporate signatories, which is racing to net zero carbon by 2040, 10 years ahead of the Paris Climate Agreement. We are also approaching sustainability in a very holistic manner. So it's not just about power consumption or green or renewable energy, but also about various aspects. Amazon is the largest corporate purchaser of renewable energy. We already have 920 megawatt of renewable energy capacity invested in India. In 2023, our Indian data centers achieved 100% renewable energy operations. And apart from that, we are looking at becoming water positive, which means that we will give back more water than what we consume, which is either through recycling or even through different projects which we work with the communities. Not just that, even while we are constructing our data centers, we are looking at options of low carbon steel, of more eco-friendly concrete, and also how can one increase the life of servers. From 4 years, we've increased it to 5 years, and the work is still on. This is a very, very important part of the overall Amazon operations, and very, very important, of course, for AWS as we work on our data centers. We've been innovating constantly, and in this age and times, I think we cannot go by without talking about AI. I think, as far as we are concerned, what you see as Amazon in Amazon shopping, or even the way we manage our supply chain, inventory, all of that actually is supported from insights from ML and AI. Billions of Alexa interactions each week supported by more than 30 machine learning foundational models, and more than 1 million packages every day is being handled across our fulfillment centers. I thought this video would be of interest to you, how autonomous AI actually is helping drive our fulfillment centers, but more importantly, all of this is actually being powered by compute in AWS and a host of what our AI services offer. So what you see here is automated stocking, automated inventory, and then of course autonomous vehicles moving, being transported across fulfillment centers, all examples of how AI actually is in motion and actually being in use. Moving on, for us, AI, as we talk about AI today, AI, if we deconstruct what is AI as the back end of AI, then we have 3 layers. The first one being the infrastructure, where again, it is the massive compute power that is required. And that is where a lot of innovation is happening, because one is looking at innovating at the chip level. In AWS, we have customized chips for training foundational models. And then we have customized chips where you can actually run production workloads. There are 2 different kinds. We are looking at offering better energy efficiencies, lower latencies, and that's the level of innovation that's happening. Apart from that, of course, we also believe in democratizing technology and access to technology. So we also have NVIDIA and other GPUs and other chips as well. The next layer is the tools to build LLMs or other foundational models, or even ML models and learning models. And again, in the spirit of democratizing access, we actually have a host of models. There is no one foundational model that will win today. I think that's a shared understanding in the community. So therefore, while we have Llama, we have Amazon Bedrock, which is a fully managed service, but we also have Claude, Anthropic, Stability. You ask it, it's available. And finally, the application layer, and that is where a lot of the innovation is happening, which is using some of the foundational models to then build applications, which is what many of us are actually seeing. Why India? I think a lot of us have already spoken about it, and this is just re-emphasizing that while there is an unprecedented demand in India, given the startup ecosystem, given the 75 million plus small and medium businesses who are looking to digitize, I think what also makes India unique is the developer ecosystem. It is one of the largest developer ecosystem in the world. Which is, I think foundational for any digital innovation, digital India to actually take off. And of course, global impact. I think all of us in this room, we are extremely proud of what we are doing as India. And we really hope that, we achieve our dream of being the 3rd largest economy pretty soon. I think the data and tech policy was, of course, referred to. It is a reality that privacy is a big concern, and so is cybersecurity. Cloud being an intermediary is also then covered under the intermediary liability regime, as well as various standards of AI as foundational models are being built on cloud. And now we have sectoral regulations or regulators who are looking at cloud adoption strategy. It is a fact that India and governments and regulators in India really understand the value that cloud brings in, especially when we are looking at citizen impact at scale, when we are looking at India and our requirements. And therefore, we have a lot of tech and policy discussions and developments which are natural. And it's not only in India, but it's globally. And of course, one of the defining underpinnings today in our approach is that we are looking at self-reliance, we are looking at enhancing the skill levels, we want investments to come in, and of course, all of us want to be global leaders. And in this data and technology policy landscape, as a cloud service provider, we feel that I think all of these are wonderfully suited for the cloud and achieving the objectives of each of these policies and regulations. For example, privacy concerns, customers won't buy, data, won't buy services if data is not properly protected. And this is a Cisco 2024 data privacy benchmark study. And this is how foundational and important privacy is globally, and so it is in India. And clearly, the data indicates we need to do so much more for AI. So therefore, when we look at what is propelling cloud and cloud adoption against the backdrop of this policy landscape, I think we need to acknowledge the foundational work that MeitY did when they put out the Meghraj 2013 policy, and then of course in 2016 when they came out with the cloud empanelment framework. I think it was it was visionary. It helped build in a sense of confidence as cloud service providers were empaneled by the government. And they kind of were certified against minimum technical standards, security standards, and of course, certifying that they are providing services locally and processing data locally. Since then, state governments have also followed suit. We have seen Maharashtra, we've seen Telangana, we've seen Punjab putting out some forms of cloud adoption framework. We've seen RBI talking about cloud adoption. We've seen SEBI put out a cloud adoption framework, and I think it's all of these are so important and so enabling for cloud adoption. Undoubtedly, we don't see any of these as impediments, but we see them as enabling, because once there are these statements from the government which indicate that cloud can be adopted, and these are some of the safeguards, I think that really opens doors for companies, enterprises, and regulated entities to think about digital transformation using the cloud. I think one of the things that is foundational and extremely important in this regulatory environment is data ownership and control, something that is often and almost always debated when there is a policy discussion. Ownership of data. I think this is something which is absolutely the truth, that any cloud user owns and retains the ownership of the data. They decide what data will go on the cloud. They will decide the location of the data. And I think that's extremely important, especially because we have localization. And therefore, when users use cloud, they are asked to choose where your data would be. And that is what is guaranteed. Cloud operates in a manner where the user, when they put in their data, they also select the protection mechanisms, how they will protect it. They will also lay down the access rules, which means that the user will decide who will have access rights, what kind of access rights. Is it visibility? Is it downloadable? And all of this gives the user full control. The access management is completely in control of the user. As AWS, we understand that this is extremely important, and we try and, what we have done is we have innovated at a hardware level to ensure that there is no way for a cloud service provider even to peep into the customer data. And I think that's a very important point that we see being discussed. What we call as nitro technology, we've separated at a hardware level the data plane and the control plane. And while the control plane is where you decide on access management and everything, the data plane is where the customer's data resides, and the cloud service provider, even if they want to, even
Cloud services are the job, or the market, or the business for hyperscalers, which is not actually true. This hyperscaler could be, if we divide into 3 layers, they could play a very major role. We are maybe much behind to them, maybe in technology core layer. But over and above, there will be 2 more layers, which could be capacity enhancement, which could be value enhancement. And we have been pioneered in this. Today we have, from IT/ITES services, 50% of the market in IT/ITES services with India, and we are exporting. Our export revenue from IT/ITES services is more than $200 billion US. So we have done wonders. We can do, in capacity enhancement, we can add number of additional functionality, which is required to be done for providing cloud services. In value enhancement, we can again contribute a lot. We can provide multiple end user services. And this is perhaps only thing which is cloud services, which will increase the employment. Generally, when the technology comes, there is a fear that technology come, what will happen to employment? Which never been true, but there is always a fear when the technology starts coming, whether it is when computer came in this country or today AI is coming. But the cloud, which will, by inherently, there's a property of the cloud services, you have to have multiple additional functionality to be added for each and every service. And similarly, value-added services also required to be added, and it's consumer-friendly. We don't believe much in creating, like Western world, creating first modeling. Till they create the models, we create the solutions. And this is what solutions are required when it comes to cloud services, when it comes to over and above the technology core by adding the additional functionalities, or by enhancement to provide the end user services. So I'll talk, there are 4 trends which is actually emerging for the cloud services, and how those 4 trends can generate a lot of employment and lot of business opportunity in this country. First trend which is very much emerging is AI/ML integration in cloud services. Till now what is happening was this AI/ML was a different domain. People are not integrating with the cloud services. So this is a trend which is emerging in 2 parts. One is AI/ML integration in cloud services, and the second is now AI models are being accessed through cloud as well. So these 2 big trend which is coming and which is going to provide a very big opportunity to all the youngsters, all the tech guys of this country. By which you can have your personal advisors, you can optimize your resources, you can have personalized tutors. All the personalized services you can start giving through cloud services when AI and ML models are integrated with the cloud services. Second is, everything is going to provide as a service. So second trend which is emerging is the everything as a service. What will happen out of it? Everything will become flexible and you can scale. When something you provide, everything you start providing, emerging as a service, then naturally cloud provider, which is actually neither good for the technology development. Multi-cloud, what will happen? Everything become interoperable. If you remember starting, there is this wallet came. So you can't transfer money from one wallet to wallet because you think I have the one wallet and other person who is going to take money should also have that wallet. And since it was not interoperable, it was never scaled up. The UPI which came, by design it was the interoperable, it has succeeded. Today, you know how many transactions we have in this country. We have created records and we are breaking our own records every month. This is how. So when it comes to multi-cloud, it will be interoperable. Once it becomes the interoperable, it will scale up. This is the third trend which is very much emerging today in the cloud service domain. This will, and so therefore, we will be shifting to native CSP approach to maybe container approach. And this will be very good for the scalability and for creating multiple solutions. Why should be dependent? One service we would like to give from one hyperscaler, another service we would like to give from another hyperscalers. Doesn't matter whether I am where I am. This all services can be integrated by the one cloud service providers. And fourth trend which is coming is the edge computing. Because today, if you really want automated car, driverless car, if you really want your health data has to be analyzed in the real time. If you really want number of multiple applications which require real-time data, if you want one computer on your dashboard of the car, which will be as powerful as the supercomputer had been maybe 10 years back, and this will analyze all the data in the real time. This is the fourth trend which is emerging in the edge computing domain. This is all four trend, and all four trend is finally going to create a lot of business opportunity, lot of employment opportunity, and lot of technology development. And we are so well placed. We have so much talent in this country. All talent, existing talent, thanks to IT's company, they have created a lot of talent in this country, and that talent has to unlearn and learn new things. Today, now age is no bar. I can learn, you can learn, experience doesn't matter. In this technology domain, everybody is technology savvy, everybody wants to learn, and this is how, doesn't matter how much experience you have. So you have to just unlearn, learn, and adapt the new things. This is how it is going to happen. Everybody will become the first revolution came when, in the beginning, everything, history repeats itself type. Initially, there was a mainframe computer. Everybody was working, taking a dumb terminal and working on it, because computing cost was too high. Then, first revolution came, enterprise software came. So everybody has the whole software in their desktop, and everybody feel empowered that, yes, I can do whatever I want to do. I have all processor speed, memory, everything in my laptop or my desktop. This is the first set of revolution which came to this world. And then what happened? Now today, again you want to go back, everything is in cloud, and you want to have the dumb terminal at your end. So this is whole history repeat itself. This is what is going to happen. Everybody will have, maybe in different format. Our ancestor used to wear the cotton shirts, then become terracotta, saloon, this thing, polyester, everything. Now again we are looking for the good cotton. Maybe in a different format. Same thing is happening when it comes to technology. So we were having the mainframe computers, dumb terminal, enterprise software, but the difference which I can today see is that now this new technologies, artificial intelligence, which has, you're not required to have learn the Pascal, Fortran, or any other language. Your English, your language can become the coding language. You can generate your own models. And this is when I was in college, so when my teacher was teaching me the Pascal, I said this computer can understand Pascal. Why we have to learn the Pascal? Why cannot that computer can understand what I speak in Hindi or English? He says, he can only understand when something is structured, syntactically programmed, something like that. But today the time has come. My computer can understand English, what I want to create the model, I can create, there's no need to understand any language. So this is the revolution. Therefore I am saying age is not bar. If you have the idea doesn't matter how much data capacity you have. Now computing, how much computing capacity you have doesn't matter. Everybody has the computing capacity. Memory doesn't matter. Whether you have idea or not. Anything which has the value, that is idea. So if you have an idea, you can create business, and you can work on that business, you can create employment, you can have the very good business. With this, I would say, this discussion, maybe today's discussion, will lead to maybe some bold innovation and maybe some strategic collaboration also. And even today, if this whole discussion, we can give some recommendations to the government of India, how this whole sovereign cloud has to be defined, how this public cloud, everything is now appears to be public cloud, but now we are seeing other versions of the clouds also. It could be sovereign cloud, it could be on-premise cloud. So if we can find out some good definition after this discussion, what should be the sovereign cloud? Every country is looking towards India when you are going to define the sovereign cloud. Because sovereign cloud is the thing which every country wants to define, but nobody has the definition how to create. They have defined, some of the countries define in their own manner, which cannot be applicable to many other countries. Many countries are looking towards India how to define the sovereign cloud. If we can, this collaboration, this meeting today conference can bring some recommendation to the government, what should be the definition of sovereign cloud? This will be great help for the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your valuable insights in the technological advancements and innovation in India's cloud landscape. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege in inviting Brigadier Anil Tandon, Director General of the Broadband India Forum, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Distinguished dignitaries in the dais, Shri Arvind Kumar, DG STPI, Shri Atul Sinha, DDG BTU DOT Headquarters, Visakha Bhattacharya, Head Public Policy, AWS India and South Asia, Mr. Prashant Oberoi, Director India and SAC Northern Communications, Mr. S.N. Gupta, a Senior Office Bearer from BIF, and Mr. Sheshi Dharan, the ND Bharat Exhibition. Distinguished delegates from the government, industry, academia, professional institutions, members from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It's both an honor and a privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the entire organizing committee. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all our esteemed speakers, guests, dignitaries, media friends for joining us for this Cloud and Data Center Conference. Broadband India Forum, which is a co-organizer for this event, lays a special emphasis on data centers as they feel that data centers has a key role to play in the growth of data infrastructure in India. So as it happens to be a key thrust area for BIF, we have decided to constitute a special committee to focus on data centers and address issues on policy, regulation, technology, and other aspects. I wish to take this opportunity to invite all stakeholders who are present here and attending today's session to kindly reach out to us and join us in our endeavor to take the discussions forward. Let me now start on the formal thanking our special guest of honor, Shri Arvind Kumar, DG STPI. We are truly grateful for you, sir, for your gracious presence here and delivering the keynote address. Your insights into the functioning of data centers and vision for the future have set the tone for today's discussion, especially you're trying to lay down the 4 emerging trends and how everything would now become a service rather than, just would go towards becoming a service. I would also like to extend my thanks to Shri Atul Sinha. I've had the privilege of engaging in detailed discussions with you on the National Digital Communication Policy NDCP 25, and I deeply appreciate your thorough approach and valuable contribution to this event. I'd like to thank Mr. Atul Sinha for elaborating on the government initiatives for making the whole data center growth, the ease of doing business in the growth of data centers. He, from the government side, has elaborated on this and also on the single window clearance. A special thanks to you, Mrs. Visakha Bhattacharya, Head of Public Policy, AWS in India, South Asia, for taking time to provide us with such comprehensive insights into the growth of data centers in particular in India, particularly as Amazon is a key stakeholder in this area. It was very heartening to note that 920 megawatts of renewable energy capacity in India is now being used by you, because as Mr. S.N. Gupta brought out, one of the issues with the data centers is the high power consumption and how we have to get to using the renewable energy as a source. Thank you very much on providing the your perspective on the importance of data infrastructure and the actions you are taking towards data privacy, data security, and the impact of AI on the data centers. My heartfelt thanks to Mr. Prashant Oberoi, Director, India and SAARC Northern Communications, for your contribution to today's discussions and for sharing your valuable perspectives on the data center ecosystem. During your talk, you mentioned of the great data growth due to the growth in the data consumption by the mobile operators. But I think, yes, India is a mobile-centric country, 95% are mobile subscribers. But we look at India moving from 40 million FTTH customers to about 120 million FTTH customers in the next 5 years or so. And each FTTH customer would add about 10 times more data than the mobile customer. So the growth of data is going to be exponential, and the need for data centers and the associated data infrastructure is going to be huge. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. S.N. Gupta, one of my colleagues in BIF and chair of the Rural Digital Initiatives Committee of the Broadband India Forum, for giving us delivering the introductory address. Your leadership in the field of communications, Satyanji, is always appreciated. You're well recognized. I would also like to thank all the sponsors of the conference: Northern, AWS, VP Group, Astricos, Siemens, TechBridge, Ananta, Ekaga, L&T, Cloudfinity, and TechSpire for their valued support, and also our media partner, Communications Today. And in the end, of course, I cannot miss Mr. Shashidharan of Bharat Exhibitions for organizing this workshop. And as the chief guest brought out, that he looks ahead. This is the 10th version of the data center. Truly, the hockey stick of the data centers is just happening. We have seen him being a leader not only here, but also a person who's been introduced the 5G conferences many years before we could think of it. In conclusion, I extend my appreciation to all the attendees for your engagement and active participation. Together, we are shaping the future of India's digital ecosystem, and I'm confident that today's discussions will go a long way in advancing our shared goals. If I can take 1 minute more and to share my personal experience of the impact of data centers. As a CTO of Idea Cellular, in somewhere in the mid-2000s, when I was leasing the international bandwidth, I would lease about 80% of my total bandwidth requirement on international media routes, that is submarine cables. Come towards the later half in 2018, and with the Google, Akamai, and all the other caching and everything data coming into it, as an operator, so as an IS, which would impact all ISPs and TSPs, the ratio reversed. Less than 20% was international bandwidth, and the rest of it was more of, the domestic. So I think that is the impact that the data centers will have, at least on the ISPs and the TSPs. Yes, for the hyperscalers, they would need that international bandwidth to have brought the data into India. Thank you once again to everybody, and I look forward to an engaging conference today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for kindly conveying your gratitude to all our eminent speakers and participants. I would now like to request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to all our distinguished guests. I request you, sir, to present. And I'm extremely sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I would first request Shri Arvind Kumarji, our guest of honor, to kindly present a token of gratitude to our guest. I request you, sir, to honor our guest of honor, Shri Atul Sinha ji. I request you, sir, to kindly present a token of gratitude to Ms. Vishaka Bhattacharya. And to Mr. Prashant Oberoi. Thank you, sir. I would request Mr. Shashidharan to do the honors of presenting it to our special guest of honor, Sri Arvind Kumar ji. Thank you, sir. And may I request all our dignitaries on the dais to kindly come together in the front for a group photograph, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude our inaugural session. Thank you all to all our distinguished speakers and guests for sharing their invaluable insight. And thank you all for your participation. We will now be taking a short break for refreshments and networking. Please take this opportunity to connect with our fellow delegates and exchange ideas. We will resume the session in about 15 minutes from now. We request you all to kindly be seated back in time. Thank you, sir.
what are AI-ready cables? With the need for enhanced connectivity becoming the status quo, it can be a challenge to deliver AI performance with exceptional data speeds, unparalleled reliability, and robust durability. Not anymore. Siemens offers a complete line of AI-ready cables to meet the connectivity challenges of data center architectures that are pushing the boundaries of technology. We offer all the cable configurations you need, when you need them, with the technical support required to ensure your data-critical connections are reliable. That's what AI-ready means to us. With cutting-edge solution speeds up to 400G, we are leading the way of this high-speed revolution. Our AI-ready PAM4 direct-attach copper and active optical cables offer a sleek, optimized design allowing lower costs and lower power. Our DACs offer the lowest power and a minimum single bend radius of 1.4 inches, thanks to our flexible mesh jackets for best-in-class routing through high-density cabinets. Our AI-ready mesh jacket ensures effortless installation and adaptability, even in the most confined spaces. Our AOCs offer low-power, short-reach optics with a small cable diameter and lengths up to 70 meters for OM3 and 100 meters for OM4. Siemens high-speed cable assemblies are poised to drive the AI revolution. Are you ready to connect the world to a higher standard?
TechBridge presents the future of cybersecurity with the CyberCO platform, where cutting-edge AI and real-time analytics come together to keep your organization one step ahead of potential threats. Imagine having a powerful security system that learns and adapts continuously, building a baseline behavior profile for each user. Using data from multiple sources, it monitors everything, from login times to file access patterns, creating a unique digital fingerprint for each user. Our advanced AI algorithms automatically establish and evolve these behavior baselines, detecting even the smallest deviations in real time. It's not just about what's happening now, but how it compares to several months of historical data. This is the foundation for accurate anomaly detection. When a deviation occurs, an unusual login from an unfamiliar location, unusual file access, or unexpected behavior from a privileged user, our complex event processing engine kicks into action, identifying the threat before it becomes a breach. From low-risk alerts to high-priority threats, our AI-driven system classifies each anomaly and responds with precision. Whether it's notifying security teams, enforcing adaptive authentication, or isolating potential threats, actions are taken instantly, without hesitation. We don't just react, we prevent threats before they cause harm. Your organization deserves proactive, intelligent security. Visit our website and connect with us.
In 2017, a vision took shape. A vision to reshape the emerging markets where technology seamlessly connects us, enhances our lives, fosters innovation and empowers communities to thrive in the digital age and drives progress. At Ikaga, we are committed to shaping this future through groundbreaking technology products and services designed for a connected world. What began as a dedicated team of just 2 has now grown into a vibrant company of over 100 talented individuals with offices in India and the UAE. We're proud to partner with clients across multiple continents, bringing innovative solutions to life and driving digital transformation in diverse markets. In today's fast-paced world, consumer demands evolve continuously, driven by technological revolutions and macroeconomic factors. At Ikaga, we help our clients navigate this landscape as strategic advisors and trusted delivery partners. Through our Center of Collaborative Innovation, CCI, we empower organizations to respond to disruptive technology trends, implement innovative digital products, and facilitate technology-enabled change that not only meet current needs but anticipate future demands. Our data center managed services provide 24/7 support, ensuring your operations run smoothly while you focus on what matters most growing your business. Our managed SOC service combines real-time threat intelligence services and data processing to generate an in-depth view of security issues to help reduce risk and improve organizations' security posture. Our managed NOC service realizes the need for flexible, scalable, and cost-effective network services that seamlessly deliver service excellence. We offer end-to-end network build and system integration services including data center setup, rollout of IPM-PLS, DWDM, FTTH, PDH, PDH, SDH, managed Wi-Fi, and radio networks. Through our global partnerships, we offer state-of-the-art technology product solutions like managed DNS, content filtering, battery monitoring, real-time threat prevention private 5G network solutions so that you have access to industry-proven technology stacks. At Ikaga, we're more than just a technology provider, we're your partners in progress. Our dedicated team is passionate about innovation and committed to your success. Join us on this journey of transformation. Together, we can harness the power of technology to build a resilient future. Discover how Ikaga can help your enterprise thrive in a connected world.
Welcome to Lawson & Toubro's Smart Sustainable Data Center, a cutting-edge facility spread across an area of 10 acres, nestled within L&T's sprawling 298-acre campus near Sri Perumbudur Industrial Hub, Tamil Nadu. Operated proudly under our own brand, L&T Cloud+Finity Data Centers and Cloud Services. Located right at the Chennai-Bangalore highway, the data center campus has two accesses, one from the highway and second from the rear side of the plot. The site is around 50 kilometers from the Chennai International Airport and 15 kilometers from the closest railway station and less than 15 kilometers from the planned international airport at Parandu. The state-of-the-art platinum-rated green campus will house two highly sophisticated data centers offering a total capacity of about 6,000 racks at an IT power capacity of 60 megawatts. 4 dedicated fiber paths, supported by in-house facilities such as captive 230 kV gas-insulated substation, DG buildings, HSDR, water treatment plant and sewage treatment plant. Each data center is a G+5 floor building spread over a built-up area of 3.4 lakh square feet, constructed for seismic resiliency. Sitting at an elevation of 1.2 meters above ground level and 62.38 meters above mean sea level, the data center facility ensures being flood risk-free. Under the Smart Sustainable Data Center co-location offerings, we provide high-density co-location services in various configurations, including racks, cages, suites, and full floors. For large-scale requirements, L&T Cloud+Finity also delivers dedicated built-to-suit buildings on a co-location model. Following the footsteps of our L&T group in playing a critical role of nation builders, we at L&T Cloud+Finity are committed to building and managing the nation's digital infrastructure in years to come and strive to delight our customers with high-quality infrastructure, wide range of services, and our utmost commitment to delivering a lasting customer experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody to kindly be seated back. It is time for the next session. I would once again request everyone to kindly be seated. Once again requesting everybody to join us back inside the hall and kindly be seated as soon as possible. All our participants who are at the exhibition counters are requested to take their seats in the front. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to Technical Presentations Session 1, where we will be exploring the theme of next generation data centers and cloud transformation aligned with emerging business models. This session brings together experts and innovators in the cloud technology and data centers, focusing on how these advancements are reshaping the digital landscape and to meet the demands of the evolving business models. And to chair this very important session, we are honored to have with us Shri Vivek Dua ji, Senior General Manager at Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir. Shri Dua has extensive experience in telecommunications and digital infrastructure, and his insights will guide us through today's presentations. And ladies and gentlemen, I also have the privilege in inviting eminent speakers. I invite Mr. Sumit Agarwal, Global Manager, Pre-Sales at Northern Communications. Mr. Agarwal brings a wealth of experience in pre-sales and strategic planning of cloud solutions, and will be sharing his insights on emerging business models in the cloud industry and how data centers are adapting to support them. I invite Mr. Suresh Iswar Bulusu, who is Director Pre-Sales at Estricos AI, with expertise in AI and cloud technologies. Mr. Bulusu will discuss the integration of artificial intelligence and cloud transformation, focusing on innovation that are revolutionizing the data center operations. I have the privilege in inviting Mr. Prem Rodrigues, Vice President of Sales and Marketing for IMEA at CMON. Mr. Rodrigues will be sharing his expertise in cloud security, focusing on achieving 60% efficiency in threat management, a crucial aspect as we move towards a secure cloud infrastructure. I invite Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, CEO of TechBridge, who will be presenting on cloud data center infrastructure and hyperscale, discussing the infrastructure requirements necessary to meet the scalability demands of modern businesses. I have the privilege in inviting Mr. Kirtikar Ojha, Head of Government Sales and L&T Data Center and Cloud Service. Sir will discuss cloud data center infrastructure and hyperscale, providing an in-depth look into how data centers are evolving to accommodate large-scale government and enterprise needs. And may I also invite Mr. Harkaran Singh Sachdev, founder and CEO of Ikaga Group, who's well known for his expertise in transforming data center operations with strong focus on safety, efficiency, and sustainability. And with this presentation, we'll delve into best practices for creating sustainable and efficient data centers. So ladies and gentlemen, the time duration for this session is approximately 1 hour 30 minutes, which includes the opening and closing remarks by our distinguished session chair and moderator, presentations by all our eminent speakers for 15 minutes each, and you also have, for your benefit, we have a timer screen in front of you so that you are aware of the timing that you have to follow. And we will have question and answers. In the end, I have taken our chairperson's permission for that after all the presentations are over, if the time permits. And I would now like to hand over and invite our distinguished chair, Shri Vivek Duaji, to kindly deliver the introductory remarks and set the stage for our technical presentations and carry forward the proceedings of the session. So let's once again put our hands together to welcome Sir, as I hand over to you, sir.
So, thank you so much. A very good morning, namaste and sat sri akal to all who have joined today's program. First, I thank Shashi ji and his team for letting us have this prime slot for the engagement with the audience, because that's the time when the hall is almost full and you have the maximum vibrancy, the energy which is required to really enjoy your time. So I thank him for giving the 11:30, 11:45 slot. That's very important. And I'm really happy to see the esteemed speakers here, very experienced on their subject, and good initiatives also that they have taken. You'll hear from them as we proceed. Myself also, I have a strong connect with the subject, the data center, because I have spent almost 10 years of my life on data centers, largely in Hyderabad, and then moved to North Zone. And that's the time I myself also, I discovered myself more about the techie that sits inside me. And a lot of credit goes to the young, vibrant minds in Hyderabad, because there I realized my north part of the country is 10 years behind the geography I was sitting in. I do give this example very often when I speak in the forums, that the security guard who was there in our society, one day, he found that I was handing over my electricity bill to my driver. And then he comes to me and asks that, you don't pay your bill online? I was zapped that a person who was like 55 years, he comes and starts quickly advising me, and believe me, he was using English. So you don't expect that in North, a 55-year-old and a security guard using English and that level of conversation where he's advising you to pay the bill online. And the bill in Hyderabad is of this size, the bus ticket that you get in Delhi or elsewhere. And it's very hard to read the instructions on that small piece of paper. I said, I can pay this online? Because I had left Chandigarh and then I landed in Hyderabad. Chandigarh, that online thing never worked those days. Hey, it works, even I pay. He's telling me, even I pay, so he quickly throws a challenge on me that why don't you pay? He said, read the instructions. So we as North Indians are not used to reading instructions, right? We have a habit of just putting our hands onto the thing, and then if it works fine, then we start shouting. It's not working. So rarely we really genuinely spend time on the instructions. So I just go through, I try to go through. I said, I can't read it properly. He takes the slip from my hand, he said, I'll read it for you. See his gesture and see his composure, no? And then he reads it that you have to go to this site and then this is the URL and stuff. So all of this was a kind of a life-changing experience for me in the first month itself when I had landed there. And then in data centers also, I met so many vibrant minds, particularly our SIs and the OEM partners that were there on the data center. All young people, 25, max 30, and I was 35 that time. So you had all young people teaching you and really telling you that you need to know your job better, right? So though I was the manager for all those 100-odd people in data center, probably I knew the least when I landed, and I was a decent guy to manage those people by the time I left. And cloud those days wasn't the word used in data centers. It was all virtualization. So we had the HP and the IBM vPARs and the nPARs in our data center. And the first thing that I recollect about data center, I'll take only 2 more minutes before I let the speakers really take control of the situation. The first time when I realized the beauty of data center, I was the in charge for billing in the data center. And billing is a hell lot of problem, particularly with respect to time, the time given to you to do the job. And those days, BSNL had almost 5 crore customers on wireline, 5 crore customers. Today, all operators put together do not have that number on wireline. And we as an organization, just on our own, had 5 crore. And then the time window was 3 days to bill all customers. So you can imagine what challenge it was. So typically we used to take 6 days, 7 days. That was the norm for us. And the infrastructure guy was somebody else. Primarily HCL and Wipro guys were there. So they used to manage, right? And then there's somebody in the CRM team was also there. So in the data center, if we had 100 compute, almost 50 was with billing, and 30 was with CRM, and 20 was with chota, OSS and other stuffs. So this CRM guy was on leave, the other DGM. That time I was the DGM there. The DGM was on leave, so the responsibility landed on me. And the responsibility landed on me, and then one guy from the HCL in the night told me, sir, you are today the CRM in charge also. I said, then what? Sir, you can use his compute for your billing process to be speeded up. I said, how is that possible? Sir, उनके VPAR में से आपके VPAR में compute डाल देंगे. ऐसा पहले क्यों नहीं बताया यार? सर पहले आप अलग-अलग थे ना दोनों. Today is the same man. That was 2009 December or something. And the night time I gave approval on the email, move the compute from CRM into billing. And billing we had some 10-odd server in Keynote. And he distributed all that compute among 10 VPARs of the servers. And believe me, that month, my spread of billing cycle from 7 days suddenly moved to 4 days. Voila, that was the first taste of the so-called cloud computing or the distributed and rearrangement and realignment. And I really started enjoying my job thereafter, because then you start seeing the benefit of so-called a data center. Otherwise, it was all India, Pakistan, Bangladesh kind of a distribution in the data center. Then I took over the role of infrastructure management. I was in charge for all servers, network, blah, blah, etc. And then I was into arteries and veins of the data center, right? So hell lot of problems and hell lot of solutions. It was all fun time. So I'm sure a good number of you also in the audience would have enjoyed your times that way. And those experiences really help in carrying the journey forward and becoming so-called the speakers in such forums where you can talk more and learn more. One thing I like to request Shashi ji, because I remember my Hyderabad days a lot, the organizers in those forums were very conscious of calling the young audience, particularly the 25-30 wala band, into the speakers also, into the audience also. That brings tons of energies into the discussion. I see a larger audience who is on my side of age, and those high voltage discussions then is not my expectation. A normal one is expected. So I request you, if you can have more of that done. I enjoyed all my discussions in Microsoft's and Google's there, because the challenge was all thrown by those 25s, right? And it always kicked my mind to think more and decide more and learn more also. So that's one point. So let me now welcome the first speaker and start the discussions. So I have Sumit ji as my first speaker for the day. He is an experienced professional in networking and surveillance, where approximately 20 years he has spent. He demonstrates proficiency in formulating solutions, orchestrating projects within the spheres of surveillance, cultivates and maintains strong constructive association with project consultants, additionally assumes responsibility for product, technical training, compliances, comprehensive support across partners and customer engagements. So let's welcome Mr. Sumit as our first speaker for this session.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. No, good afternoon to all. So I'm Sumit. I'm taking care of pre-sales part of the Norton Communication. So let's start with the Norton things. Norton is a UK headquartered company and stabilized in 1998 and having more than 20 countries presence. The main market for us is Europe, Middle East, Africa and Asia. And we are carrying a lot of certifications including ISOs in cabling part if we'll talk about UL, CE, FCC, ROHS, CPR, all type of important certifications which certified the quality of the product. We have a very good R&D wings. The peoples are there who are having patent also, who are having multiple certifications, and they normally used to develop a new product lines, new solutions to cater the challenges of the market. This is our global footprint. We have a wide range of products, especially on the ELV side. So started with data cables, networking accessories, fiber, telephone cables, coaxial, fire resistant cables, data center, cabinet, MPU, MTP solutions. Then PA system, surveillance, complete, access control, UPS. So in India, we are limited to some of the product lines, including data centers we are doing in India, surveillance and PA. So data centers, you all know that since last almost 10 years, a lot of data centers came into India. Previously, we used to use all in internet. If you are doing any click on your phone, on your laptop, it's landed in any of the data center, whether it is in India or abroad. But in last 10 years, a lot of data centers established in India itself due to the government policies to have the data inside in our countries. And you can see there are tier 3 data centers which supposed to be in 2022, it was almost 900 megawatts. With 16.20 CAGR, it's supposed to be 3 gigawatts in 29. So this type of improvement or this type of infra we are expecting in India itself with multiple Indian and global players. As you know that the broadband users or internet users or smartphone users are increasing day by day in India. And we are catering all tier 2, tier 3 cities, even broadband is most of the villages now having the broadband also. So 100% data users will increase, data centers requirement will increase, and a lot of data centers will come in upcoming years. Lot of things now, every smartphones have OTT platforms. Everyone is using Netflix, Hotstar, G, anything. Okay. So all the data on those OTT platforms are landed in any of the data centers. So the internet, the data storage, everything we require, we cannot rely on our own premises data center because lot of power backup, infra backup, green energy, lot of things required to maintain a particular data centers. And nowadays, 24/7, you require uptime. Okay, we normally used to hear the news that Twitter down, Instagram down. Okay, for 30 seconds down also, lot of news, lot of challenges across the users faced by the users. So now come to the next thing. You can see the modular data center market global forecast. It's with a CAGR of around 18%. It will increase by 2030. These are the big player data centers in India right now, having the number of data centers. So you can see the capacity currently, what they are carrying with them. These are the states where a lot of data centers are there. Then what are the best practice, especially to help business to build and maintain a data centers? Okay. So first thing is measuring data and accurate logs for asset in data centers. This is a very most important things to manage the assets. Then power usage, yes, backup, UPS backup, solar backup, whatever. Power should be 24 by on, whether it's UPS or sometimes what happened, people are not doing the services, proactive services on the UPS side. And sometimes UPS got down due to the bad health of batteries also. Then backup in each and everything, whether it's network, power, servers, applications. So backups you should require to achieve the 24/7 uptime. Then predictive and proactive maintenance, 100% required. And the last thing is DCIM, Data Center Infrastructure Management. This will automate the lot of management in the data centers, including the asset management, up and down link, port-wise also. The main cause of data center outage, three which we normally see or saw in previously. First is the human errors. This is the biggest percentage where data centers normally used to be down. By putting any patch cord in any of the ports, sometimes they used to put the loops, one patch cord in same network and other part also in the same network. So those type of errors normally used to do by the humans. Then UPS and power failure, I just said. Then cooling system failure also. So what happened when people used to build a data center, initially they used to have the proper cooling system. Once the load will increase, the hardware will increase, people are not bothering about the cooling system. That will 100% in future, once the load is like double, triple, it 100% cooling system is not enough to sustain the servers and operations of the server and storage and applications. Cabling issue, yes, this is one of the biggest issue in the data centers, especially in India. 70% of LAN failures linked to the cabling, 50% of recent network failures due to poor data cabling. So what happens nowadays people are understanding the quality of the cables. But in old days, normally they are not want to invest on the cable part, which is the actually core or base of any of the data center, any of the network actually. And once that load will increase, server sizing, storage sizing, everything will increase. The data cable, what they bought, a low cost data cable is not able to handle that particular speed or load. So that is a very most important things which normally I believe, or most of the people believes, that the cables which normally you cannot change. It's normally in 5 years, 10 years time, normally people used to upgrade or change the cables. It is not like an active component which you can change in a minutes. So that should be a proper, with proper OEM, proper quality standards, and all the Cat 7, Cat 8, high speed things. Then management efficiencies, like they are doing unmanaged infrastructure. There is no management. Okay, lot of cables are there, lot of ports are there. They are working or not working. They don't have the records also. Then why Norton? So those are the basic issues or basic challenges faced by the data center operators. So how Norton can save or reduce those challenges? So we have a complete intelligent solution components which can enable the intelligence on the physical layer also. So normally we are not, when we talk about the NMS, intelligence or monitoring of the ports and everything, we normally used to say that from layer 2 we can do, because switch is normally used to have the SNMP protocols, IP is there, we can manage, we can monitor. But on the physical layer, where we could talk about cables, patch panels, LIUs, fiber, there is no intelligence. So with our solution, we can provide the complete intelligence on the port also. So the Norton Intelligence Solution is a fully intelligent product which uses CPID technology, which is a connection point identification. That means each and every connection we are identifying. which monitors point-to-point connectivity of physical layer, real-time visibility in the software we can have on the port side also, on rack also, each and every rack count, even each and every port of the rack we can map. Then support of interconnect, cross-connect topology, monitor and control of all network of physical layer. Network downtime will be reduced and output will improve. So what it will help, human interference in the network will be reduced, so that because you already have a software which is monitoring all your ports in the data centers. So with those ports monitoring or software, you can have the idea which is up, which is down, which is not required. Even you can have the security also per port. And again, yes, we can manage the complete IT assets and reduce power consumption also. So this is about the DCIM software which we are carrying along with our components. So what you can do, analytics and reports can be generated anytime. Performance, improved optimization and efficiency, real-time data and documentations, accessibility and availability. And the plus point of this software is like you can integrate a lot of IoT devices, whether it's humid or environmental sensor, smoke sensors. So all these we can integrate. Even we can integrate all type of layer 2, layer 3 devices also to have a single interface of complete rack infrastructure. Then what are the challenges and the solutions? The first challenge is, yes, 100% asset management and security of the data center. And IoT devices, IP-based devices, how to track, how to manage the assets. Our software AIM provides end-to-end connectivity informations. Full physical link information can be seen in the AIM solution, so that we can have the complete idea of assets, hardware-wise also and port-wise also. Then second challenge is operations and MAC. Patching asset information, whether it's connected or not connected, sometimes we are not able to understand or we are not having the information. If you have a very big data center, it is very difficult to find sometime. So like solution, again, same. We have a link capability, allow user to select an item, such an outlet, station, panel port, and trace a link. Trace provide details, connectivity informations also, on showing entire path, how the connectivity from point to point is going on. Then network security, port security and NAC solution is prime requirement for most of the data centers, because you cannot allow any unauthorized device to connect in your data center. That unauthorized device can have the malicious code which can stop or broadcast the complete network of your data centers. So what we have, with AIM, we can have the security also. We can bind the MAC, we can bind the port, or we can have the alert if any unauthorized device connected in our network. So those type of securities with alerts, pop-ups we can use with our software. Then again, history shows majority of time repairing. So yes, currently if you don't have the intelligence solution on the physical layer, if suppose anything happened, any network down, for big data center, it is time consuming to find out where it is down sometimes. With this our software, you can get the idea on what port, what network, on what rack the issue is there. You can resolve in very, very less time. So downtime of data centers will be reduced with our software. Don't have alerts, we don't have monitoring of the physical layer. With this software we can do. Again, all the manual process can be automatized with our software. And identify crucial implementation requirement of server process provisioning, such as power required, VLAN. So power requirement of type of IoTs we can integrate. So in the single interface, you can have all the information of data centers required. So you can plan your everything, like your power, rack design, everything with your thing. If suppose there is a big data center, if a small customer comes, you want a rack space, with our software you can find this rack space is free, you can put their storage and their servers in that particular area. So those type of things we can do with our software. Then we have a Cat 8 solution where you require a 40 giga Gbps speed on the backbone. Same accessories, everything. Then MTP, MPO patch panel, it's a high density patch panels with high density patch cord factory crimped, where the loss is very less, so that the throughput and the data will be very high and there will be no issue. Then again, multiple type of patch panels, high density we have, the front open, multiple, even modular type also, you can put different type of modules also. This is our patent technology. This you can, we can have multiple type of adapters we can put, even MTO, MTP, including SCH, and multiple like densities there. Three trays are there. That is a front tray. You can just remove and you can use your things. Multiple type again. MPO, MTP trunk and fan out Hydra cables, connectors, adapters, high density fiber optic distribution frames, then sensors, water sensor, temperature and humidity sensors, smoke sensor, dose sensors. So all type of solutions we are providing with our software on the physical layer with intelligence. Then we have an intelligent PDU also, where you can have the complete details of power consumption, everything. Multiple type of PDUs. This is from our side. The demo units are on our stall. You can see, you can watch how the software is working and how the intelligent PDU is working. So you can have the live demo also there. So with our software, yes, now as you know, the market research is saying by 2030 there will be lot of data centers are about to come in India itself. And with geopolitical reason, Indian government also pushing for the making India data centers, or the data centers or data should be inside our area. So intelligence 100% required, because downtime you want to reduce, you want to manage on the physical layer. Then DCIM or AM solution will come into the picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumitji. So we'll be inviting the audience to ask questions toward the end of session. I request everyone to please note down the things that you have in your mind. He spoke about data center performance. So that's one area which is very, very crucial when you have started putting your hands into the data center and you are in the operations. So I'll put one small question to the audience before I move on to the next speaker. So data in motion and data at rest is a very important analysis that you need to do when you are in data center. If you're not doing that, probably you're not doing your job well. That's my experience. So data in motion versus data at rest. Because whatever energy is consumed in the data center, which is a large chunk of your expenditure on a month-on-month basis, if you have not discovered what is the data in motion, you probably would end up spending energy for data at rest also, which is not required. And then comes the importance of backup policy versus the archive policy. So which one is more important? That is the question, or one single question quiz that I wanted to pose. A backup policy versus the archive policy. So you have to explain in 2-3 lines why it is so. Sorry? Correct? That will become scrap. No, data may have value after 10 years also, so it may not become scrap.
Then no use.
Somebody
Important, storing is definitely important, but the most important, at the time of emergency, you should be able to archive it. Otherwise, no use.
At the time of emergency, you should be able to restore from the archive.
Yeah.
That probably would be a requirement. Somebody else can supplement what he said? No power is required. Very minimal power is required for maintaining the archives. So if you have X amount of data in a data center, typically 10% or max 20% will be your hot data. And 80% would be your cold data.
So data at rest and data in motion, both of them are important. Archival and backup, right proportions are important.
Yes.
And how you find that right proportion is basically by understanding the patterns, how the data is being used over a period of time, what are the recovery timelines which are required to support the critical business processes. That is how you define the base. Based on the baselines you define your processes, to have the right kind of archival strategy to save on power and resources, and also the right kind of backup strategies. Again, security-wise, data at rest and data in motion both require different kind of encryption and protection strategies, which can actually make the whole data center strategy a success. So
very nice. So he's somebody who has definitely worked in data center and knows that what challenges it throws if you are not archiving it properly, and what challenges it throws if an archived data cannot be restored within the time stipulated or required. So there needs to be a very, very detailed discussion with all application owners in a data center to understand how they look at data, what are the exigencies in which data will be immediately required, RPOs and RTOs and everything. So those set of detailing is to be done to create a high performance data center. It's not just about having a great compute or a great network or a great storage. It's a lot to do with how people look at data, understand data, backup data, archive data, and then create an efficient environment. That's the point I wanted to see that all of us share together. So let me now welcome Suresh ji. He is Director Pre-Sales for Astricos.ai. So these days AI is something, if you don't put in your name, then you could be somebody who is belonging to an earlier era, no? You are not relevant or you are irrelevant. So maybe tomorrow my name is vivekdua.ai, and then only Shashi ji will call me to this forum, else I may not be considered also. So that's what the AI is today. And Indians are RI, no? Real intelligence. We are not AIs, we are RIs, right? So Suresh ji is a seasoned business technology leader and information technology director, as I said, with a rich background in leading large technical teams and managing global projects. He specializes in technical program management, planning, vendor management, certified trainer, which is different from what I said before, a certified trainer on behavior skills. All of us need more of this these days, and particularly our young generation also. So, and then he started his career in '85 as a programmer. I also started the same, and I'll just cut it short a little bit. And then he contributed to major global organization. He was the executive director of Global Services Organization at JP Morgan Chase. He was instrumental in driving high-impact technology initiatives. He served as resource manager for Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Global Development India Center, playing a crucial role in resource management and organization growth. So welcome Suresh ji, please share our thoughts with the audience. A big round of applause, please.
It's a privilege to be a part of the distinguished panel here. All the members here are experienced vastly in providing solutions, technical solutions and otherwise in their day-to-day work. And it's a pleasure and honor to address this audience at this point in time. And I would like to thank the organizers, Shashiji and team, for inviting us and making this a wonderful event. I think people will be missing my dear colleague Chinmay, who has got a lot of passion for smart cities and smart analytics, and he talks about that more than anything else all the time. But due to, unfortunately, an incident at home, he had to step back and I had to step in. All the same, I'll try to match his passion here. And I would like to start with one of the points which Sri Arvindji mentioned, saying that, as we progress, we need to keep reinventing ourselves. We need to unlearn, we need to learn, and then we need to learn to adapt, and we need to learn to apply. So the simple examples is when we were in school, we learned about alphabets. If we didn't unlearn that, we wouldn't have made words. After that, if we had not forgotten the words, we wouldn't have written sentences, and then we wouldn't have written books. And that helped me to write my first book a few months ago in the month of May and publish it. Similarly, when you talk about the automatic vehicles that we drive today, our foot will probably be searching for the clutch, which is no longer there. So that is unlearning and learning. So this is something we need to keep doing in our technology space also. We have to keep reinventing our technical capabilities, our expertise, understanding of the problem, so that we can build solutions that can sustain, and we can bring solutions that can solve problems. With that said, CAP is AI/ML platform, the smart interop protocol, which is based on Python and full stack development, and we have been implementing solutions for various areas, I would say. As we can see here, smart city urban analytics, we have done a lot of work in this space across the globe. More close to home is the ASEAN, South ASEAN region, the UAE in Africa. We have recently, as you can see in the bottom of that, set up an office in North America, and we are leveraging our capabilities to take our solutions to the market there. So not only in the urban analytics, we have also done a lot of significant work in data center management, smart ports, both airports and seaports, and wherever there's an infrastructure which needs to be addressed, we actually get there. And we leverage our partnership with various companies to do that. Today we are going to be focusing on data center, so we'll talk about the market space, trends, some problem solutions, and if each one of us sitting at the on the dais has got a solution, and this solution will probably address some portion of that. In some cases, it addresses many solutions, and there could be better solutions coming in future too. So in all our engagements, for all of us, is to make sure that we are able to provide a solution which is able to help solve a problem and sustain the operation that we are running today. I think that's what we are looking at. A quick look at it. I purposely kept the CAGR blank to say that which year it is, because it's just rocketing towards a number which we don't know. Somebody says it's 10.9, somebody says it's 16, somebody says it's 14, and so on. But you can look at the size of the market, the data center. And also I would like to call out here that the government of India, the policy in 2020, which is being enhanced right now, is clearly giving a direction to look at India, which is now, I think, around the 13th or 14th number as far as the data center goes, with about 151. And we talk about Yota in Mumbai being the largest one at this point in time. It is heading to, data center market is heading towards somewhere between 600 plus billion US by 2030 is the estimates at this point in time. What are the drivers? The drivers are in the middle of the slide, you will see that. The driver is the projection because of the demand of data to be available. So today we talk about data not in terabytes anymore, we talk about zettabytes. We have actually delivered something like 147 zettabytes, and next year we are probably looking at somewhere between 180 and 200 zettabytes of data. As somebody was speaking about data in motion, data at rest, we are talking about data. Data by itself will not be very intelligent. It is just something which we can bring in, and then we have to make it intelligent, use it for looking at certain areas of issues or where we can improve, and that's when a data center is set up to manage large number of devices which is sending data, especially your handheld devices and so on. Now, we also need to understand that 50% of the data which is floating around in the market today is rich media, videos and images which are coming in, and we in India are supposed to be one of the top people who are generating these videos at this point in time. Now, if you look at the size of the data center market, that is one thing in terms of growing, but currently I think there's somewhere between 10 to 15,000 data centers across the world, US being the number one with about 40+% already there on the slide. India is at the 13th or 14th position with about 150 plus data centers, and it is growing. That is something which is for us to know that we can leverage this opportunity to throw in our hat in the ring and say that yes, we have a solution for this. We need to be able to understand the problem and implement solutions which are sustainable. Data center, when you talk about data center, there are two assets, the IT assets, and then you have the equipment. Okay, the data center equipment, which is your chiller, your AHUs, your DGs, and so on and so forth. Now, when you talk about this, I just wanted to talk about a small little problem which occurred in my residence, in the apartment I live in Bangalore. 2-3 days ago, we had a DG failure in one of the blocks, and we have an apartment block for about 120 odd residents. And this particular DG failed, and the electrician went up to the DG and said that this is something which I don't know, so we had to call an expert to find out what is it. They found out that the MCCB, that is the micro-cased circuit breaker, had failed. Now it is sealed by the BESCOM people, the electricity board. They had to come and open it, so we have to raise a requisition for him. Then he comes in, he opens it, then he sees it's burnt out. He says this has to be replaced. Now we have to get something which is going to fit in that place. My apartment is 15 years old. This DG was commissioned about 18 years ago. Now that particular asset is not available anymore in the market. It is by Schneider. So we have to get a different asset. Now the problem is this asset, we have to make sure that matches the parameter. More importantly, it has to be housed where the old MCCB was. That was a challenge. We had to drill fresh holes and then we had to fix it. All this I'm telling you is because when we think that something is working, it is working. As long as it is working, we are fine. But when the problems start, if you don't have any predictive trends, if you cannot predict the age of the asset, if you cannot predict what can break down, then we land up in a problem. Imagine if this had happened in a data center, your outage would have costed you because you use your IT assets to actually earn income. The revenue is earned because of your IT assets, whereas your DC equipment is going to be a cost for you. So we have to look at how do we balance this. So our focus is looking at what are the causes of outage. And you can look at the extreme left chart. The yellow one is where it is the cost is about 100,000 US, and the dark blue one is actually $1 million and more. And over the years, you can see that this is increasing. Now we also look at the power utilization. How the power ideal value should be 1.1, but we are not looking at it very carefully, and this could create some problems. So you are focusing on that. On the bottom, you can see the chart. Again, this is from uptime. 37, 43, 44, all are related to power. And I think my previous speaker also has spoken about that. Power is something which we'll have to understand. Power is basically used by all the DC equipment. You know, it could be the chillers. If you have to scale up and make your data center hyperscale, you know, when you have to increase, you have to, let's say, put in AI workload on that. It's going to create more work for you. It's going to create more need for power and other assets. Asset challenges. 29% is UPS batteries, the dark green one. 24% is human and accidental errors. Sumit mentioned that. 15% is water, heat, C-rack failures, and so on. All this are the causes. We have done some analysis to find this out, and therefore we have built a solution to address each of these areas. What are the challenges and what are the solutions? The challenges are, you know, when you talk about the data centers challenges, it is easy to talk about the silos. You know, network could be a silo, servers could be a silo, storage could be another silo, okay? We can talk about less intelligent operations between that. When I say less intelligent, it is not something to degrade the human efforts there, but basically our ability to look at an end-to-end problem which can cause an outage. Then we have to look at the challenges which are related to your, you know, carbon emission. When you talk about carbon emission, it is compliance, regulatory. You have to look at how you are moving towards becoming a more greener data center. Now you have to look at also sustainability. You lose one day in a data center and you can actually have something on your back in terms of people looking at it in a different way. Now we are also talking about how the CAP model works. You can see at the bottom we have got all the chillers, all the IT and OT and IoT. The beauty of CAP is it can integrate your IT, your OT and IoT, that is your sensors, your DC equipment and IT assets together and give you a single pane view. That is what is driving this thing, and we have got a visualization process in place which helps us to bring these solutions to you. Here's a quick animated diagram. You collect data from a data center. Our CAP product itself is now broken into multiple product lines. Cognos is the one which actually addresses the data center problems. So we take the logs and events, and we have canned KPIs. We keep on generating more use cases and KPIs. We have got a feature where year on year we help the users to define their own analytics and come up with things. We visualize this and we actually give you prescribed advisories which go back as actions into the system. So predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics and actionable recommendation is what we talk about. I will skip this because it's a video. Here is the simple architecture. At the bottom you have the IT, OT and IoT, and then in the center you have the heart, which is the CAP Cognos. if you look at the verticality, it is IT, OT, and IoT. Horizontally, if you look at workflow, security, we spoke about that in the previous speaker spoke about it, sustainability and compliance, and we throw out in terms of dashboard reports and exports for you. Now, when you talk about our capability is not to look at green, we also look at brown. What I mean by that is not a greenfield project, but a brownfield project. You already have data centers. How do you make them AI ML enabled? We are doing that now for some of our customers. So we have got a few points which I would like to quickly touch upon. You have to look at Astricos can play a consultant role, because we have got consultants who are BMS experts or MEP experts or IT experts and so on, and they can provide you a path to go to an AI ML enabled data center. Implementing data management and processing solutions, we have a historian which is built in, we have a data lake which is there. We can pretty much work with any asset. We are vendor agnostic. Integrate AML frameworks. Cognos has built in bespoke tools like library that is used by CIAP product. Optimize energy. This is a feature within CIAP Cognos. Similarly, enhance data center security. Again, a focus which is there, which is a horizontal. Then monitor, manage, and scale workloads, AI workloads, because that is going to increase your power consumption. Train or upskill your people. When we do the proposal workshop with our customers, we have to make sure that we have a training program which is in place, which is not necessarily at the time of the proposal, but also all through the life cycle of the implementation and post-implementation. So that's from my side. I'm happy to have spent my time explaining this to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sureshji. And again, I request the audience to please note down the questions that you have in mind. He spoke a lot about the infrastructure in the data center and the efficient ways to handle it. So some of you must have worked as infrastructure or facility managers. So how many of you in the audience have done that job? Managing the facility? One? Only one? Two? So any sweet or painful memories you have, and the challenge, the thrown, and then the solution given that you'd like to share with the audience? I consciously ask audience because that's how I can have your engagement, else we can continue with the speakers. So any memories you have about the facility, the challenge it had thrown, and the solution you came up with?
I think we have discussed it in two ways. Like there is a human aspect and there is one technical aspect to it. But as my experience, I can add one more thing. There is an environmental aspect as well. So sometimes in few years back when I was managing one data center, so I found that some ants and some rats, they also create the damage to the infrastructure. It's a real life problem. So environment, in which environment data center should be set up, that also we need to take care, like which seismic zone and what is the environment condition of those data center, that part also we need to consider.
Very right, very right. So the rats, the rodents are also one big menace in the data center. We had also established a lot of anti-rodent things beneath the false flooring that we had. And then still we found that rats are doing their job pretty well. And then I was trying to discover why the cables are still getting cut. Because these guys typically like to hide at the places where they have a lot of comfort in terms of heat coming from the energy source or the server. And the radiations that you spread to push them out, the coverage may not be really good to reach to 100% places below the servers. So there are still areas which I discovered which are not covered by those radiations that we have put below the false flooring. And until we had fixed that problem, the rodents were able to find a place below the servers. One more interesting thing that I remember is heat is the main challenge that you see in data center. Because all cooling systems that Sir also spoke about is all about managing that heat. And 98% of the energy spent in the data center is all about that heat management, the good airflows that you create to capture the heat and then throw it to the air conditioning and blah, blah. one experiment which I conducted, because good number of times the ambient temperature, the temperature outside, is much lower than the temperature inside. And I asked my guy, when he said, no, the cooling systems are getting overloaded and blah, blah, and other problems. I said, open the windows. That's typically what we do at home, right? गर्मी ज़्यादा है, खिड़की खोल दो. He said, sir, क्या बोल रहे हो आप ऐसे? Data center बोल रहे खिड़की खोल दो. I said, और क्यों, क्या problem है? Sir, data center है ये. बोला data center तो क्या हुआ? The fundamental will still work. नहीं sir, data center में खिड़की नहीं खोल सकते. This is a very obvious response coming from somebody who is expert on facility management, right? Data center में खिड़की नहीं खोल सकते. And this data center which we had in Hyderabad is like 5,000 to 7,000 square feet in those days. It's a huge one. और उसमें मतलब there would be around 20-30 window panels. I said at least open 10 of them here. And a lot of persuasion, he finally agreed. And then he was looking at the temperature bar which is there. He said, बाहर से dust आ जाएगा, अंदर आ जाएगा, all those reasoning he was giving. Once you opened those 10-15 odd windows, temperature suddenly dropped by 4 degrees. I said, क्यों हुआ ये? Sir, ऐसे थोड़ा होता data center. मतलब he still kept on ऐसे थोड़ा होता data center. I said, the only thing I am seeing after opening the windows and the caution that you were presenting, you put a mesh here. So that once it is required to do so, right, any outside dust particle or bird, etc. should not enter into the server area. But do such experiments which help you to cut down on the energy spend. In fact, I would like that we have more people engaged on the heat management in data center, the energy management in data center, because technology is evolving a lot in this direction, and that's one of the biggest cost pain in running a data center. So if we can have more efficient, data is growing at an exponential rate. Yesterday or day before I was looking at data, per day data is 0.5 exabytes or something. And it is growing in that manner. So whatever data center facilities we have in India, they are just sufficient to handle only 2 to 3 days of data generated globally. So we call ourselves as the largest mobile network or the data download network, but mobile data is a very small percentage of the total data. And if I look at global data, my complete industry in India is capable of handling only 2 to 3 days of data generated globally. That is the volume of data generated. So that is the volume of energy consumed. That is the volume of action required to have that climate or the awareness to handle these challenges. Else the data center, which looks a very great thing, probably could be the cause of the ruin that it creates. So thank you. You want to add something?
Yes, for the heat part, as you raised this point, there is one innovation I want to share. For the heat part, Nokia is innovated like in European countries. Many parts of the European countries are below temperature, like below 10 degree or something. So there we used to manage the heat generated by the data center by boiling the water and supplying it to the different public places. So in that way, we are recycling the energy part in which is outcome of the data center. So in this way, we can also plan our data centers. If they are the location, we can choose like where the temperature is little bit less, then we can manage our energy efficiently.
And data centers are like human beings only. See, we say, दिमाग गर्म हो गया इसका, ठंडा करो. That's a very obvious thing, right? फिर ठंडा कैसे करते हैं उसका दिमाग? उसको बोलते हैं यार 2 मिनट शांति से बैठ जा. I generally try to take similes from the human behavior because the data centers or any environment is not different from what we are. हम बोलते हैं दिमाग गर्म हो गया, ठंडा करने क्या? इसको बिठा दो आराम से 5 मिनट. In data center, what you will do is the place which is getting heated, you move the workload elsewhere. Because maybe you cannot stop the work, but you can move the workload elsewhere. वो ठंडा हो जाएगा, वापस उससे कर लेना. But if you keep adding the heat, it can be disastrous also. Anyway, so let's continue our journey with
Hello.
our...
Let me just say something.
I'm sorry. Yeah, please.
I'm Maharaj Srivastava. I was managing the data center in Delhi. 6 years back, we used to have data center with the window. But as on date, in new data center, there is no window. So earlier we used to do free cooling. In the winter, there was a power issue because the end source is the DG. If DG fail, then there is no source of power. UPS only 8-minute or 10-minute backup. But how we will do the cooling? We open the window. My one customer complained to my CEO, the air quality of the inside the data center has gone bad. Because of that, lot of servers failure. I don't know whether really it was failure or not, but he has written such type of mail. So since then, we thought we should never use the free cooling inside the data hall, because since then pressurization is there. And one more, in the previous, most of the breakdown in the data center because of the human error. In my Bangalore one data center, there was PM going on the one DG. By mistake, the running DG, the engineer has switched off for momentary. The entire blackdown. Same thing happened with the UPS also. So now, most of the breakdowns, not because of the system failure, because of the human error, or we are not following the SOP. One question my customer asked, how we will mitigate if your CCTV failure? Is there any concept, single point of failure of the camera? Still I am not able to answer him. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So let me welcome Mr. Prem Rodrigues, our next speaker for the day. The theme he is speaking on is designing resilient and high-performance data centers for the future. Mr. Rodrigues serves as Vice President for India, SAARC, Middle East, Africa region at the Ceremonial company, a global leader in network infrastructure for data centers and smart buildings. He is a certified RCDD, which is Registered Communication Distribution Designer. Mr. Prem brings over 24 years of industry experience and has held various leadership roles throughout the Middle East. Since joining Ceremonial in 2010, he has advanced to become Vice President of Sales and Marketing for this region, a strategically significant market for the company worldwide. Mr. Prem is responsible for driving profitability and expanding Ceremonial's footprint in this critical market, playing a pivotal role in incubating new... I think they have disconnect here. He's a passionate leader and hands-on manager, contributes to technical and commercial expertise with deep understanding of enterprise-scale technology development. So it's a long story, but to cut it short, he remains deeply interested in technology and continuously pursues knowledge of the latest development. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Vivek ji. Sorry, am I audible?
Yes.
Right. Good afternoon, namaskar everyone. Thank you for having me here, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's going to be a very quick agenda. Who is Ceremonial, data centers for the future, and some of our Ceremonial solutions. Firstly, I'm not sure in the room how many of you know Ceremonial. We are an American manufacturer. We are about 121 years old today, and we are spread across every part of the world at the moment, more than 100 countries, and we have a lot of patents, 400 plus to be active patents. And we cater to at least 50% of the Fortune 500 companies. That's our global presence. We began in Connecticut in the North America region, East Coast in 1903. Now we are spread across every part of the world. This is a global footprint. We have 40 plus regional offices, multiple manufacturing and warehousing sites across continents. What is CMON known about? CMON is a leader in technology, innovation, quality, and now also how to do everything with a sustainable approach. That's what we are representing here. We are either first to the market or best in the market. Quality is a very, very big driver and a commitment for us, and we are very serious on any of the products to be of highest quality. We adhere to the strictest quality standards, compliant to ISO 9001, 14001, so on and so forth. So quality is a very, very big aspect for us. Along with the quality, we are really committed to the sustainability. Some of the panelists already touched upon sustainability. What we do, we try to reduce our carbon footprint, minimize all forms of waste, eliminate pollution and support biodiversity, produce and deliver safe products. Because of that, we are compliant to the ESG. In fact, CMON achieved gold rating in the annual EcoVadis ESG review. This places CMON in the top 5% of the 100,000 plus company, 1 lakh plus companies globally. So we are one of the first companies in our space to have the ESG compliance, ESG rating. Broadly, CMON is into data centers, smart buildings, and enterprise land. And when we are talking about data centers, we are on the physical layer, the layer 1, which is most critical. Like one of our panelists said, often this particular layer, which is the plumbing of the data center or any smart building, is often ignored. But I think there is much more serious approach to this particular layer now because of the growing demand in terms of data and performance. So we have a complete range of products on the data centers, the copper, fiber, even the raceways, the lightways, and we also are into smart buildings. Once we cater to the data centers, we also do the intelligent smart buildings. And these, we are talking about integrating multiple systems on one IP platform. That's what we cater to. That's what CMON does in a very consultative approach. We participate in many of the international standards and organizations. To name a few just relevant to data centers, we are a part of Ethernet Alliance, active member. We are a part of InfiniBand, which is catching up quite a bit of late due to the AI explosion. And we are also part of IEEE. We are also supported by the industry-leading partners, complementary manufacturers like Arista, Cisco, NVIDIA, and we are the only structure cabling manufacturer currently working with NVIDIA, and we have been officially announced as a solution advisor, as a consultant to NVIDIA as well as their customers. Touching upon evolving data center landscape, some of the data here or presentation here could be overlapping with the other panelists. There is unbelievably increased demand, as you all have seen the growth, the CAGR, which are mentioned by other panelists are mind-boggling. There's data explosion coming from all aspects of our life, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. Rising data storage, we spoke about, just a minute ago, we spoke about the data archiving or data backup. There is huge rise in demand for data storage, and also the processing needs, the computational processing needs are extremely high at the moment. But this growth is coming with a lot of challenges as well. Within 15 minutes, we cannot cover all the challenges, but just going very, very high level here, data security and privacy threats. I think that's very, very crucial about one of the crucial challenges. Natural disasters and climate change. We have seen the global warming impacts already. I live in Dubai, and Dubai was flooded a few months back, and it is very, very unimaginable for us to have such a lot of rain burst in a desert like Dubai. But yeah, I mean, the times are changing, so we got to be ready with that. We got to be building something which is sustainable and resilient to such incidents. Energy consumption and sustainability. Energy consumption, as other panelists also mentioned, that we are slowly going to talk only about gigawatts. The megawatts era is over. I think we are talking about gigawatts. And how do we, whilst we have such a big demand on the energy, how do we make it sustainable? How do we not impact our environment negatively? These are some of the challenges which are coming up. All right, there's a need to design resilient data centers, obviously, and we think the core principles of resilient data center is modularity and scalability. This is, I mean, to build an infrastructure which is flexible to scale and migrate to higher demands is of paramount importance. Modular design, whilst we are expanding, as much as we want to expand, the downtime is a critical issue. So hot swappable would be the best approach to avoid downtime. So we got to design data centers which are modular and scalable. Whilst we do this, redundancy and fault tolerance is also extremely important. So multiple power and cooling solutions, network redundancy, routes, paths, diverse redundant options are to be considered. And of course, data replication and backup strategies are also to be considered. We are talking about robust security measures, primarily the physical security, the CCTVs, the access controls, the surveillance. These are some of the important aspects to keep the security measures alive. Along with this, network security is also very, very important. We talk about the firewalls, intrusion detection, and obviously the data security, which is boiling down to your encryption and access controls, restricted access controls to the users. Whilst we do all this, we have got to keep in mind the compliance and the regulations adhering to industry standards like HIPAA, PCI DSS is important, and also GDPR. This morning we had a session, somebody touched upon GDPR as well, and these are important aspects to be considered in the compliance and regulations. So on a very, very high level, building a resilient data center, what could be the roadmap? Of course, first it's the needs and assessment of what is your business requirement, basically developing a detailed plan based on the business requirement. Your SLAs come into play in this particular point. Then infrastructure deployment. We are talking about right from the physical infrastructure to power, the cooling, to network infrastructure as well. Then comes the configuration and testing. We got to ensure that the configuration of hardware and software equipments are done, and also tested to rigorous testing is required, and validation is also required. Ongoing management, the fourth step is really the monitoring and management. Maybe it could be on-site or remote. I think we need to get some proactive maintenance inputs, some actionable intelligent inputs, and also how do we manage the upgrades. This is very, very high level of how to build a resilient data center. I think because of the time, I mean, nobody can cover data center build in just 15 minutes, so we're just keeping it very, very high level. AI, like Vivek ji said, everybody is AI today. If you're not AI, then you're of the earlier era, older era. So artificial intelligence is here. One of the aspects we are finding is that it is not a fad. It is not just a passing trend anymore, it is real. AI is going to touch our lives. We are in an era of great change. This is told by multiple number of leaders, the thought leaders of the world. It started really, AI really touched our lives in November 2022 when ChatGPT was launched. That was, I mean, I think everybody is using ChatGPT for every micro things which on a day-to-day level. So this happened in November 2022. Until that time, AI really did not touch our lives as much as it should have done. Then in March 2023, Google and Microsoft introduced Bard. Maybe some of you are also using Bard. In March 2023, Bill Gates made an interesting statement that artificial intelligence is as revolutionary as mobile phones and the internet. So we know what internet has done to our lives, we know what mobiles have done to our lives, and AI is going to do that same thing in the coming months, maybe weeks. And then Jensen Huang, NVIDIA CEO, he had some interesting points here. We have now reached the tipping point of a new computing era. We are not anymore talking about CPUs. Intel stuck to CPUs, but NVIDIA really scaled up to GPUs, and now they're talking about TPUs as well. And CPUs, sticking to CPUs, Intel really fell behind in the race. And yeah, I mean, NVIDIA really shot up very much. December 2023, NVIDIA's revenue grew to $14.5 billion, increasing by about 279%. And March 24, we all probably are going to be very familiar with the Blackwell platform, which is announced by NVIDIA. The global AI market is at $142 billion at the moment, but it's forecasted at 17.3% CAGR until 2030. So we are really talking about big numbers here. It could touch $1 trillion by, maybe in the early 2030s. So what's so different about generative AI networks? Very high bandwidth requirements. Currently, the data center were, demanding the speeds or bandwidths of 10 gig, 40 gig. Now we are talking about 400, 200, 800. Some of them are already started working on 1.6 as well. So combination of InfiniBand and Ethernet, extremely low latency requirements, dramatically increased power consumption and cooling. This is very, very important for now. And when we talk about traditional data centers, I think everybody relates to this in the room. Without going deeper on this subject, we were able to achieve 20 to 30 to 40 kilowatts per rack by traditional cooling system, which was air-based. Now we are talking about liquid cooling systems. And when we are talking about liquid cooling systems, we are talking about water was always the enemy of the data center. Everybody knows this, and everybody wanted to avoid water into the data center. But now we are taking water down to the chip level, which can probably give to 30 to 80 kilowatts. If you're doing liquid cooling systems, 50 to 100 kilowatts per rack is what going to be. And then if you are doing immersion cooling systems, we are talking about a typical rating of 200 kilowatts per rack. This is not Simon's domain, but I just want to leave a thought on the cooling, just to emphasize on where we are heading to. And going forward, all the data center owners whom I speak to, they are planning for both immersion cooling, liquid cooling, direct cooling, plus the traditional. So maybe data centers going forward might look like tanks in the coming years. Who knows? Yeah, what can Simon do? I'm running out of time, I'm sorry, but just give me 2 minutes, I'll wrap this up. Simon is an expert in physical layer. We have a consultative approach. With the high bandwidth requirement, the density per cabinet on number of ports,
You'll have to wind up in 1 minute. We are running short of time.
All right, Mr. Lear. We have multiple solutions, right from AOC, DAX, all the way up till from 10 gig to 1.6 tera. We have the plug-and-play solutions, and we are the only ones who are approved by a third-party testing lab called Intertech. So we have our booth behind us. If you are interested in any of these solutions, please visit us. We do data center design as well. So any of the requirements, we try to engage as a consultant. We do the data center designs right from customer design to rack layouts to bill of materials. And I think for the benefit of time, I'll just wrap this up here. Thank you very much, everyone. And,
Thank you, Premji. Thanks a lot. One quick takeaway, which was he was speaking about NVIDIA GPUs versus the conventional CPUs. So I just share one thought with you, which may give you an idea that how the industry is evolving. So you see the human memory, how it works. Brigadier Anil Tandon ji is sitting here. And I know Ajay Chaudhary ji, who was once heading HCL Infosystems. If anyone of you knows him, the faces are very much alike. Right? He is like the elder brother to him. So my memory, how it stores, why I'm giving this example. My memory, how it stores, is first stored the facial, the image as Mr. Ajay. So the image is there and the tagging is Mr. Ajay. And then I meet him and I see he's very similar to that. So my memory says this is a delta change and this is Mr. Anil. Typically a computer will store one image, another image, so you have 2x. And my mind will have 1.01x. That's how I save on the human storage or the memory that I have. I did this neural network program way back in '94, where I was given a challenge of 100 images doing 100x storage. And then when I put it in the neural way or the human way, it was just 2x. So 100 images taking only 2x storage. And that's what all NVIDIA and others are attempting, to replicate the human way of doing things and put that back into the hardware and make it high performance. So I think this small story will probably make you appreciate better where we are headed to. And now I welcome Shri Saurabh Agarwal, who will speak on cloud security with 60% efficiency in threat management. I don't know why he's put number 60, but that's not encouraging from a marketing standpoint. And he is a true businessman at heart. His persistent and determined nature has brought him in success in his field. He believes that acceptance towards change and quick adaptation is the crutch for a growth mindset and leads to excellence. His vision is to empower his country and enthusiastically contribute towards digital India. He believes that Indian enterprises should be reliant on Indian companies for software solutions. So welcome, Shri Saurabh. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Dea. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, everyone, for the opportunity that we are able to speak here in front of the esteemed audience. Okay, so today as we speak, I present TechBridge, and we are here, we have been existing for a couple of years in the market, in Indian market, and we are on the mission of, cyber monitoring and securing India's critical infra. And that has been our motto. We have been doing this for now many years, and that is what we will keep on doing. And at the same time, make in India, but for the globe as well. So both the things are happening. And okay, so we have been hearing a lot about creating data centers, making data centers. A lot is happening on the hardware side, but now the critical part comes is that of the managing them and how do you run them, and obviously how do you secure them. So TechBridge as an organization, we have developed a platform which is both monitoring and cyber security of that platform. And in terms of, as the opening statement says, it's completely AI backed, and we are able to give efficiency of around 60% across various integrations, automation, and some algorithms that we are doing. As we all know, when we have data centers, so much of hexabytes, petabytes, terabytes, all kind of attributions are there. On the data center angle, like so much of applications are all around, so much of data is being flowing around. What are the critical things which actually are required to make the data center on the operations secure, the applications and the data being secure? So one very important thing which is about the digital identity management. Now digital identity today, as we speak, we have seen so much of, everything is an identity, and we are talking about zero trust networks, ZTN. So digital identity is the crux of everything which is accessing any application or anything. It's very critical that all the digital identities are managed in the right manner. Similarly, when it comes to data center, then how the privileged user management is happening. Now VPNs and other things are of the past, and so much of access is happening, BYODs going around, and so much of work from home is happening. People are on the move. It's a global village now. We are roaming around. So we all have to have the privileged access management, which is defining how the VMs are being accessed or machines are being accessed, how they are available and etc. Similarly, in this line, we also see how much of network access control, kind of BYOD devices, and so much of entities coming in through the network is happening around. So the network access control again is very important as a part of the infrastructure requirement of for any cloud data center or a data center per se. In the line of that, we also need to have the threat management and the threat response, threat prevention, etc. The platforms have to be agile enough to be able to do the right threat prevention. Identification and response is kind of is the past. Now all the platforms which are working in the direction of threat management, they have to have the agility again in terms of giving efficiency of the threat identification, response, prevention, etc. One more important thing which is very critical here is about the anomaly detection. I have been speaking about this in past with many people, and we all know that so many transactions are happening around, things are moving around, so much again application, data, accesses, users, entities. A normal human being is not going to be able to identify and raise these events. We need advanced AI models which are going to identify the anomalies across the users and various patterns, various devices across, it's a broad spectrum, I can say. Now, there is a need of advanced AI systems which are able to do these things on the fly, and even the complete end-to-end platforms are required to manage these advanced AI algorithms as well. Now, this is the need of an hour. Today, we need all these platforms, we need these capabilities which are able to help running and operations of and making them secure the data centers, the cloud data centers, everything. And as TechBridge, we have we have developed all these solutions 100% Make in India and in-house, where we have patentable algorithms which are being used to do the advanced AI-based detections. Now, as the opening statement, we have been able to achieve in theory, and we have seen in practical, about the tools, the platform being efficient around 60%. Now, which means that analysts have to do very less work in terms of identifying or doing the complete threat management end-to-end to the response and even preventions. So that is a very critical thing which has been identified, like in terms of today, as we speak, there is so much of, we get so much of loggings, raw data, etc. Through the networks. But the right mechanism which is to be deployed is what we have done, and we have seen the results across with our customers and within our systems as well. So anomaly detection is very, very important. Anomaly detection means, like I keep on saying examples like we are living in a colony and we have visitors here. We don't know their behavior, how it will change. So we need some kind of identification mechanism, which is earlier used to be human behavior and human behavior analytics, which is very, very people dependent, and AI is what it is bringing that intelligence to the foray. And we have been able to develop certain mechanisms by which the efficiency can be brought to the system for anomaly detection, the detection of anomaly across users and entities, because there are so much of threats coming into the systems which are always trying to attack, and we see all kind of threats targeting the ecosystem of all kind of cloud and data centers. Next is the risk assessment. To run the cloud ecosystem or the data center ecosystem, we have to do continuous risk assessments. The risk assessment is spanning across, various things. Again, it's lots of applications, lots of data, threats across, and we have to identify so many pinholes, so many vulnerabilities. What we are bringing is a single platform, a bouquet, consolidation with scalability and capability. So any user, I mean to say, when I say user means the data center operators. They don't have to run around to see solutions, and the large companies, the global brands are moving into this direction of bringing platforms across, which is like consolidating the whole ecosystem and driving the value, because they used to be the silos based entities, silo based solutions, which we are consolidating and bringing into a single platform. Again, the orchestration and response is the basis of the whole proposition, where we are able to sync across the users and entities, risks, and the identification of threats, the propagation of risk and response, and the protection mechanism or preempting the solutions, the threats. What I am presenting here is like the whole approach towards monitoring and cybersecurity of such cloud and data center operations. And this is a brief of the framework that we are following on the ZTN or Zero Trust Access, where every we have at the bottom the whole platform ecosystem that we have developed, and on the left side of the screen we can see the users which are trying to access the application or the data center infrastructure. Various methods like as I said in the previous slide about identity management or access to be managed, and even the policy controls, posture scanning, and network access controls. These are various mechanisms. Even I'll just share with you in terms of identity management, we have come up with a solution in this for complete passwordless authentication as well, which is not going to use any OTPs, or it is the biometrics is part of that. facial biometrics or fingerprinting biometrics. So basically it is another thing which is going away from the risk. So much of risk is happening around based on because of the search of OTPs, email OTPs or SMS OTPs. So we have to see that right identity management is happening, secure identity management is happening. So passwordless authentication is what we have again as a part of zero trust access solution. Now this is a part of the security framework, and as we see here, like even the privilege access management, where every user, every machine access, every user is being authenticated, verified through multi-layer of authentications, which is now as a theme of this event goes that in the evolving ecosystem or the evolving business cases of cloud-based data centers or cloud-based applications, the very critical component is cybersecurity and the maintainability of the systems.
Saurabh ji, you have to wind up 1 minute.
Sure. So I'll just quickly browse through a couple of things. This is AI powered. This is again case management and event management thing. I'll just put up the last here that our platform also does the complete monitoring. So which is the complete integration of monitoring and security, where the operator is it is observing, it is monitoring the whole ecosystem. At the same time, we are integrating that with complete cyber security part as well. So which helps in the complete achieving the efficiency of the whole ecosystem, backed by AI systems. Thank you, sir. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. Kirtikar Ojha. He is the head of government vertical sales at L&T Data Center, a seasoned professional with more than 10 years of experience in data center industry. He will share his expertise on cloud data center infrastructure and hyperscale, and redefining cloud capabilities to meet rigorous demands of modern digital ecosystem. Over to you, sir.
Namaste. So we have got a specific time. We are running short of time. I'll be as precise as possible. I represent L&T. So I will take some minutes to talk about L&T within time, and so that you know some things which are not known to public about Larsen and Toubro. So there were two gentlemen, two friends, Larsen and Toubro, who's from Denmark, who started the journey, who came before the World War, 1937, along with when Jamshedji Tata was building up Tata Sons. At that same time, 10, 20 years later, they started doing a lot of import-export, and when 1947, the World War began, export was stopped by the North American and European countries. And then they realized the importance of building up and manufacturing things in India, because India had attained independence. And at that point in time, it was a very manufacturing-hungry country, growth-hungry country. And that is how the manufacturing revolution was also, L&T played a part that point in time. In 1970s, these two friends exited the India, and you'll be surprised to know that between those two friends, who were the founder of Larsen and Toubro brand, didn't take even a single share with them. So while we are having this concept of transferring companies and shares to our generations, these two gentlemen didn't take a single share out of that. Today, L&T is a $27 billion enterprise, employing more than 200,000 people in the country. You name any projects, we are part of that. We are present in 51 countries, from hydrocarbon to semiconductor to data center, which I represent in cloud. We are entering into GPU space for artificial intelligence workload. And there are a whole lot of things, apart from construction, which is the bread and butter of L&T. And our journey has been into hydrocarbon, into construction, and the technology part I'll focus more, came with Larsen Toubro Infotech. The legendary A.M. Naik Padma Bhushan had started this Larsen Toubro Infotech because he realized the digital part of the economy, which India will dwell into in future. And then we acquired Mindtree. So today LTIM is about what? 5th largest market cap based organization in country. We are the only company who have Larsen Toubro Infotech Mindtree, which is services, LTTS, Larsen & Toubro Technology Services, which works for Tesla and Intel for chip designing and heavy technology engineering, and data center. So any company doesn't have all the three aspects, the engineering part of technology, the services, and the infra. So we have been building data centers for Indian Armed Forces, Defense, for ISRO, for Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and NPCI, where your entire UPI happens. DCDR was built by us with military grade and whole kind of things. And today we have decided to enter into, with mic is gone. So, audible? So finally it was on the nudge of Government of India that we decided to come into a data center play as a data center provider. We are into hydrocarbon, we are into heavy engineering and whole lot of other things. I'll skip. I've said about semiconductor. That's okay, we are doing good. We are. I'll discuss something about which I thought which should be a fresh piece of information about from data center that we'll be discussing. So this is what, when I saw, I don't know how many people have seen this, and it's a goosebump moment. So when you have a turn and you enter and you see Sardar Patel's, it was built in a record time, never achieved by any country. We are larger than redeeming the Christ the Redeemer in Brazil or Statue of Liberty in US. And this has component from all the villages, all the farmers, for a unifying personality as Sardar Patel. So that was a tribute from, and we did pro bono. Pro bono means we didn't, whatever. And this is a project which was created by a consortium of 32 countries which wanted to have an alternate source of energy other than the sun. And for that to happen, they had to create a nuclear fission, and the nuclear fission was happened to have inside a shell ITER project, and this shell was built by L&T for India. COVID happened and every country got delayed. We were the only company, I'll talk about country now, we were the only country which did its part the first. We shipped it to Marseille, South France, when COVID was at its peak. So that is the volume. So the point that we discuss so much of negative things of late in society or country, but there are a whole lot of things which is happening which we as an Indian should be proud of. Kind of contribution we have been doing in the scientific research and other things that we have been doing. It's a world largest, it creates hydrocarbon projects from heavy petroleum frictions. This is Kumbh Mela in Allahabad, the largest congregation of human beings. It was built in record time for monitoring of CCTV. I'll skip largest pipeline, largest bridge, hanging bridge in the world. Again for petroleum, largest Narendra Modi Stadium was built by us. We lost the World Cup, but nevertheless it's an architecture marvel. We did, when the Qatar Soccer World Cup happened, the beauty of this was built by L&T. It was decided that it will be shipped to Nigeria. It will be collapsed brick by brick. It was built to be collapsed into compilation of blocks, and it will be shipped to Nigeria as a sporting gesture by Qatar, obviously. We have been building data centers, as I said, for armed forces. Even for data center operators, we have been building data centers. And we have been doing for safe cities, smart city. Out of 95 cities, 26 smart cities have been awarded to Larsen & Toubro, and we've been building. So Mumbai CCTV program, Pune smart city program, a whole lot of things which we have been doing. Finally, we decided with the Government of India's push into data residency and data sovereignty, guys like L&T should come into this field. So we have come into so we have got our own power initiatives. We intend that the data center should be 50% green energy. These are some of the data center that we have built in the country for data center operators and armed forces, for a whole lot of, I cannot discuss more than that. So we have been discussing about this part, chiller, N+N, N+1, Tier 3 certification that we have been doing. This is our Mumbai data center. It is Tier 3 uptime certified. We are an entrant. We are starting up. 7 levels of physical security. Down from you enter the campus and down to the server hall. There are 7 layers of, today we are talking about 8 levels of security. So it's a secured, this is the new data center in Chennai. It's a 350-acre land bank which we wanted to have. It's close to Sri Perumbudur industrial belt. It is a 30 megawatt IT load, 57 megawatt of gross IT load, in-campus GIS substation of 130 megawatt which can power a small town. So this is the scale which we are talking about, and I'm very proud to say that India is building up world-class data centers comparable to Singapore and Hong Kong, where people used to go and host their servers. Today when data center, and it's a huge capex, you need to have that kind of a deep pocket because return of investment is about 6 to 7 years break-in time. So you need to have a very serious approach and you know, that kind of depth. So when you talk about data center, you talk about network. You need to have a 4 diverse path. You have an entry point and separate exit point, because if there is a fiber cut, there should be a failover. So there are a lot of thoughts which goes beyond, which you don't see and realize. So you need to have a different entry egress path and egress path for a data center network piece. Power supply, we are planning to have 50% green energy. We have got some solar panel on rooftop to create some 100 kilowatt of power. Small, but yes, it's a step that we have taken. I'll skip. One of the panelists also talk about, so when we are talking about AI, please remember the average power density per rack was 4 to 6 kilowatt. When the hyperscalers came, they had 6 to 8 kilowatt. Today you are talking about 50 to 80 to 100 kilowatt per rack. Because why? Because they are denser in compute nature, they are denser in nature. You need to have that kind of a load bearing capacities to withstand, otherwise it will be an issue in the civil engineering part. You need to generate that kind of a cooling mechanism to cool those servers because they are power hungry servers. So it is very easy to say that AI is gaining momentum. AI will not gain momentum if you don't have that kind of a power, sustainable power, green power in the country and a cooling technology. Today we are talking about immersion cooling, where you put your server inside the liquid. And few years back we were saving servers from liquid. Today we are inserting servers into liquid, but somebody has to adopt now. The technology is available, people have to adopt now, and somebody has to take initiative. Pay you money as a payment gateway has adopted this in Bangalore, and I think more CIOs are observing and they should start. So there are rear heat door exchange, there are direct liquid cooling technologies. This is the most important part. Going forward, you will be hearing a lot on cooling technologies, because if you have to maintain that kind of a, so I'll skip this. We are IGBC platinum rated building that we have. It was own land bank, but we replanted 100 trees, though it was our own land, but we were so conscious. So we have been using that kind of a mixture which uses less water. Whole lot of steps have gone into in building data centers, which we call as a green data center. We are launching our own cloud services, which is in functionals. Few customers, some PSUs are on board. We will be launching our own AI. So whatever happened to cloud few years back, we want to create for AI workload also. Don't buy GPUs. Use AI as a service model. Don't invest money, because these GPU servers are very, very expensive, and you'll be not be able to cool them. You have to put a lot of capex. So come to players like us, whoever you decide to. I'm not here to promote my company, but the flexibility and the scalability that you can achieve as a service model, you will not be able to achieve if you have a captive AI platform. So we are talking about AI at scale, which is like a bare service model. You bring your own services, service play, and start using as an infra. And going forward, we will be launching our with services model, some tailor-made customized solutions for banking, retail, pharma, or whatever. So I was part of this India AI Summit, which happened in Bharat Mandapam, and they were talking about, there was a guy who said, you pick up any disease of your choice. I like the choice of his sentence. You pick up a disease of any choice. Today, AI platform can give you second opinion without going to a separate doctor. So this is the kind of intensity that AI has been creating of late, that in pharma, medical, health services, a second opinion from AI is becoming a reality. For that to happen, we will be building certain customized tailor-made solutions going forward for the people to come and start plug in, plug out. A lot of certification that is. We have invested, picked up a strategic stake in a company called E2E. It's a Noida-based company which are very heavily into cloud and GPU. And we wanted to have an inorganic growth, and that is why we picked up this stake. There are a whole lot of services that we'll be offering through this initiative. It will be database as a service. It's not moving. So there will be a lot of database as a service. Can you help me please? It's not moving. And we are talking about GPU based services. We'll be talking about, we'll be launching our own AI platform, and so I would love to have shown you. So there are some initiatives that we are doing from not only on the cloud side but also on the GPU side. And just a second. So for the first time in India, the NVIDIA GPUs are L40 or H100. Somebody can help me in moving the slide, please. And we are launching with H200, which is a recent launch by NVIDIA, which will give you better inferencing, better modeling on your LLMs, faster output. So it's a first of its kind that we are trying to do. We wanted to be some differentiated things on the table for you. So this is what is our journey. Recently, Larsen & Toubro Technology Services has picked up a stake. No, it's not moving. The slide is not moving. I am not running anything, it's the slide is not stuck. So we have picked up a US-based company in US, $110 million acquisition that we have done to provide a differentiated services offshore. So this is what it is now at this point. Currently, A100 or H100 are being used. We are launching with H200, and to give you differentiated kind of a higher bandwidth for real-time processing, increased memory capacity, higher inferencing, better modeling on your LLMs. And this I was mentioning about. So we have a lot of aspiration. We want to go global. We want to be a kind of a India hyperscaler. I don't want to use this hyperscaler word because India has got all the wherewithal to be a leader in this space. And watch this space. I mean, this is going to be what cloud was for 10 years. AI has to be for 10 years by the Indian players. Thank you so much. You have been a very nice listener. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ojaji. So a very deep insight into what L&T is planning in the cloud data center business. And particularly he spoke on the hyperscaling and the possibilities with NVIDIA platforms that they are bringing out. Before I move on to the next speaker, who's the last one in today's journey, Harkiran Singh Sachdevji, one thought I would like to leave with the audience. How do you hyperscale your own teams? Hyperscaling the human minds. As an example, I say, if you have a team of 50 odd people, how do you see that the 50 minds, which have a certain compute and a certain memory, act like a cloud infrastructure for the manager? And one hint I give is, generally in data center, we avoid hotspots. Building up of hotspots in the data center, then it is called a very high performance, high efficient data center. Just extrapolate this thought into how to build a cloud mindset team to have that collaboration inside the organization. So I'm just leaving one thought because we're talking so much about cloud, and it's quite possible with the human mind to collaborate together and bring that effectiveness. So Shri Harkiran Singh Sachdevji is the founder and CEO of Ekag Group, an organization established with the vision of bridging the innovation gap in emerging markets. The group today operates through 3 distinct companies worldwide with strategic entry and expansion across 25 countries in Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and the Nordics. Prior to founding this organization, Harkiranji held the position of Chief Product and Marketing Officer for Reliance Jio's fiber business. His extensive experience includes senior roles at prominent technology firms such as LaLiT, Reliance Communication, L&T, Havells, etc. So I welcome Shri Harkaran ji to deliver his speech, his thoughts, and share the same with the audience. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Vivek ji. Eminent panelists, industry colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I know we are running behind schedule. Many of you will be feeling hungry. Some of you could be already feeling or sensing the aroma of warm food and the sweetness of dessert. So I am going to try and keep it short and crisp. So in a way, my presentation is also going to be a wrap-up of session 1 and the session 2 in the beginning before I touch upon a smaller aspect of, say, operational transformation as well as sustainability. So all of us are aware that data centers today are the backbone of any digital economy. Today, more than 50% of the internet traffic is already being routed through the data centers. So while we are talking about digital economy, I would say that in the parlance of multiverse, we are moving more towards a digital first planet. If we specifically talk about the Indian market, it is projected to grow at a CAGR of close to 11%. And what is really shaping the key trends? So while in the morning session we talked about the RBI guidelines related to data localization and all that stuff, but what are the key factors which are really pushing for these things? So the first and the foremost is the digitalization. So all industries today require more and more data storage because of the digitalization which is happening around us. Second is that because of this digitalization, we are also moving towards, say, a private or a public cloud, which fundamentally means more storage. And lastly, we also touched upon in the earlier sessions about AI, IoT. Now, AI and IoT means more compute, which fundamentally means more storage. So these are the key factors which are really pushing us towards more and more storage and more data centers. So if you look at the data centers of future, we are talking about data centers which are going to interact more with the grid. There's also going to be a large amount of variation in the, say, power based on the IT infrastructure. And we, yes, definitely spoke about the complex cooling architecture. So these are some things which are really going to drive how we look at the data centers in future. So now, if this is the situation, why are we really talking about transformation in data centers? So some of the important factors are, if you look at, there's a research which was done by Harvard Business Review, and it said 99% of the CEOs of large companies today believe that sustainability is an important factor for business success. Similarly, another research was done by MIT's Sloan School of Business, which said that 75% of the investors today look at sustainability as an important parameter while investing into any organization. And even if we look at the overall need for action today, 49% of the world's annual GDP is covered under jurisdictions and legislations for net zero emissions. So which means we definitely need to look at sustainability and efficiency in all the operations that we are talking about. So what could be the action plan? The fast forward action plan is set bold actionable strategy, implement efficient data center designs, which some of my colleagues spoke about, drive efficiency in operations, buy renewable energy, decarbonize supply chains. So these are some of the aspects that all of them have spoken about. But the fact is, sustainability is a journey. It is not something which can be achieved overnight. For sustainability to be achieved, there are pieces and in a jigsaw puzzle which have to be stitched together. Any large organization has to look at a business case for itself because sustainability also has a cost factor associated to it. Similarly, it has to align to the internal expertise to ensure that the internal teams are ready. In the morning session, we heard about that there aren't enough resources available who could meet these kind of or fulfill the requirements of today. Lastly, there also has to be an alignment to the corporate strategy. So these are some of the factors which are going to really fast track how these kind of things can be achieved. So if we talk about IKAGA's role, if I look at the entire data center life cycle, there are 5 distinct phases from planning to design to build, monitor, and improve. So at IKAGA, we play a role in the last 3 phases, which is build, monitor, and improve. So from a build perspective, how we could really optimize in terms of embedding the technologies in building these data centers. From a monitoring standpoint of view, how could we monitor wherein we have solutions which could, say, automate the workflows so that the loads can be reduced on the L1 resources. How could we really go ahead and implement, say, a cloud-based SIEM platform? So these are some of the things that we do on the monitoring side of it. And lastly, look at solutions from across the globe which could continuously help in improving the operational efficiency. So now moving towards the second half of my presentation, I'm going to just focus on the improvement part by focusing on one aspect. As I said, it's a big jigsaw puzzle, so let's look at just one element out of it. So all of us heard that data centers are too thirsty for power. They are notorious for guzzling a lot of power. It is estimated that 8 to 10% of planet's energy is going to be used by data centers. There's also research which says that by 2030, the data centers are going to consume electricity equivalent to what is generated by whole of Japan. And we also saw the trends around that. While we are talking about the power being one of the largest contributors, even in terms of the unplanned outages. So close to 50% of the outages in data centers are related to the power-related issue. And the real culprit out of that, if we look at the research done by Uptime Institute, out of all these power-related issues, close to 40% are related to UPS and battery. So if this is the real culprit, and we know that the data center downtime costs are increasing. So while the average cost is $100,000, but close to 25% are costing $1 million, and this trend is continuously increasing. So it's important to understand that what is the real cause that why we are talking about UPS and battery being one of the biggest culprits in this entire story. So if we look at some of the important battery facts, the reality is that a battery cell can fail in as little as, say, 2 days. And a battery string is as good as the weakest cell in that entire battery string. And plus, the ambient temperature plays a very, very important role, because for every 10-degree rise beyond a temperature, the battery life starts depleting by 50%. So if these are the facts, which means that we should look at battery monitoring. And what is battery monitoring? So battery monitoring is that we start trending the battery parameters continuously 24/7 with alarm limits being set in properly, and we start looking at the exceptions so that we can understand that in the entire battery string, what is really, is there a particular battery which is creating a trouble? The fact is today, all of us believe that every 4 years the entire battery bank should be replaced, but which is actually not true. The battery design life is anywhere between 10 to 12 years. So if we can start monitoring the batteries, it is going to be easier to find out which battery in that entire string is creating a problem, and then you just replace that. So the three primary roles of battery monitoring are identifying the faults and weakness in the battery bank early on, ensure that the battery bank is maintained in an optimum environment, and third, provide confidence to the operator that yes, the UPS and the battery banks are going to work. So it's a small overview of the solution. We are talking about a solution which for years now have been implemented across the globe. This is the solution which keeps your flights landing on time at the Heathrow airport. This is a solution which helps Chevron operate seamlessly for their oil as well as gas operations. This is the solution which is helping Intel roll out chips from its Malaysian factory. So it's a solution which has been deployed by a lot of large players across the globe. Basically what we do is we put sensors across every battery so that the monitoring can be done. Then there is a hub and a controller which analyzes and plots the trends so that you can identify that which battery is going to create a problem. And then there is a smart UI in the form of a monitoring software which gives a complete overview so that there are alarms being sent and you have an easy way to understand what is happening. And what is being measured is really the block level as well as the individual battery level current, voltage, the ambient temperature, the block level temperature, the impedance, some of the important factors which are playing an important role in the battery's chemistry. Apart from this monitoring, there's another important factor that batteries have also led to a lot of fire hazards in data centers. And the reason is plain and simple. There is a concept of thermal runaway wherein increase in current leads to increase in temperature, which further leads to increase in pressure, and fundamentally the increase in reaction rate. And IEEE defines thermal runaway as a condition in which the battery charging current or due to other processes produces more internal heat than the battery can dissipate, leading to fire hazards. Fundamentally, this is not something which happens overnight. This happens over a period of time. The continuous monitoring helps you to actually isolate that string so that a thermal runaway shouldn't happen and that kind of a fire doesn't happen. So that's an additional advantage of a battery monitoring kind of a solution. Key features, agnostic to any UPS, works with all sorts of batteries from lithium ion to lead acid to nickel cadmium. Very, very flexible and modular design with a complete ease of integration with your existing BMS or a DCIM platform. So fundamentally, at Ikaga, what our thought process is that we should look at these innovations wherein step by step, piece by piece, we could really help achieve sustainability and operational efficiency. And as committed, I come to an end to my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Harkaranji. And one thing I must appreciate, all the presentations that you saw, the font size, the colors, the vibrancy, should we say it was the best? Or you want to say that? You must appreciate that. So everybody was having the right content, but I have seen particularly a good number of people miss this point in the presentation that the font size is not adequate for everyone to be comfortable with that. And he did the job best as far as I can judge. I may be wrong also. So thank you all speakers for presenting your thoughts so thoroughly, so with so much of emotion charge up that you had on the subject, and particularly the audience who was in between responding, reacting, and good enough to see that few people really went on to explain a lot of details also. So I spent 2 minutes before we close this session for the lunch to have 1 or 2 questions, and then we proceed towards lunch. Please. I know Madam cautioned me that beyond 2 o'clock you are not allowed to hold the audience, but I am taking still liberty of 2-3 minutes to conclude this program.
Sir, I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahari, professor and ex-scientist ISRO.
Okay.
Sir, I have a question. How is data center India different than international in terms of security strategy, inbuilt privacy, potential priorities, and unforeseen challenges?
You want to respond? Please. You can also add once he is done. You take 2 minutes.
Yeah. So basically, if I am so the data centers which are residing in India, they are strategically more important. This is the right way rather than having international data centers, because the data flow is what, and the data control is important in terms of cyber security as well, identity management and accessibility of the data, and for the agencies to have the control on the systems. So data center being in India is very critical. That is what we have seen, I would say.
Yeah, will you please add to this?
Trust in the entire Indian data center scenario. You will not know that the kind of thousands of cyber attacks happen, I don't want to name, but I will name, from China and neighboring countries on a daily basis. But you will not find any data center data being stolen or something like that, touch wood. I don't want to be the spoil sport. You will find that happening in US, you will find that happening in European countries, touch wood, not in India, I'm touching wood. So the point is that we have a very resilient security, physical, IT both, and the kind of attack that we are facing on a daily basis, can't say more than that, is humongous, and still we are able to maintain that kind of a continuity of data privacy and protection both.
Thank you, sir. I hope speakers have addressed your concerns. So one more question to conclude this session. Oh, audience is satisfied. Yeah, please, madam.
This is more from a regulatory point of view, but Harkaran sir pointed out that regulation of data center sustainability and resilience, which was spoken about by almost all panels, and green data centers coming up. How do you see regulation, say, which is emerging in EU and Singapore, driving use cases for data center businesses, so essentially heat management or other solutions? Do you think that would aid business solutions in this area? And would regulation in that sense help, or would it in any way enable that?
Yeah, thank you. So I think while we are talking about the regulations, see, regulations that's something every country is trying to put regulations, which is more to do with to ensure that the data is not really pulled out of their own country. There are regulations around, definitely from a security standpoint of view, as one of the panelists pointed out. So I think from a business standpoint of view, when Singapore said that, okay, let's put a little stop in terms of that was more to do with the energy consumption and the amount of energy which is being generated. See, there are countries where there is going to be an extreme requirement of power to fulfill these needs. Example, I look at a country like Ireland today. Ireland has policies wherein it is estimated that 30% of the country's entire power is going to go for running the data center operations. While similarly, there are other examples where I think one of the gentlemen here spoke about, and a very good example is in Nordic region, Finland has actually implemented a strategy wherein the heat generated out of data centers is being used to heat the homes in particular localities. So I think when there always has to be a balance between the data security and ensuring that the data remains in your country and the requirements in terms of fulfilling or setting up more data centers per se. So there is always going to be ways and means where people are going to balance out, and hence it's not going to really drastically change or favor one country or the other. There are going to be things wherein people will manage, and hence business is going to be there across all the countries.
So does that conclude? Okay. So I think you are aware of the India's digital personal data protection policy also, which is a framework to see that at the end of the day, it's the data which is sitting in the data center, and how you respect the data is very important. So you build people, process, technology, everything around the ask which is there to respect the data, right? So that's how the whole ecosystem will evolve. You don't need really a strong regulation around that, because industry is evolving, it is innovating. So to build those regulation strings around it would be very tricky for the industry to evolve. That's the way the government thinks, and that's the way it should be. So thank you so much, all speakers. A big round of applause for all those who have spoke so well today.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would request Sri Vivek Dua, sir, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos as a token of appreciation to our eminent speakers. We present to Sri Sumit Agarwal. Thank you, sir. We present to Mr. Suresh Iswar Bulusu. Thank you. We present to Mr. Prem Rodrigues. We present to Mr. Saurabh Agarwal. Next, we present to Mr. Kirtikar Ojha. And to Mr. Harkaran Singh Sachdev. And may I invite on stage Mr. Shashidharan to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to our session chair, Sri Vivek Duaji. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for wonderfully moderating this session, for insightful introductory remarks. And I would request our panel to kindly come together in the front for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now take a short break for lunch. Lunch break will be strictly for 30 minutes as we are already running behind schedule by almost an hour. We would request you all to kindly be seated back in time for the next session, which will commence sharp at 2:45. Thank you.
चेक हेलो इतने पे रखना चाहिए था ये
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. In another 5 minutes from now, we will go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. We are already running behind schedule by almost an hour, requesting everybody to kindly be seated so that we can begin with the proceedings of the next session as soon as possible. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. I would request everyone to be seated, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is important for us to go ahead with our timings. We absolutely do not object to people carrying their plates onto the tables. At least we are able to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. The next session is Technical Presentations Part 2. The topic is Cybersecurity in Cloud and Data Centers, Mitigating Risk in a Hyper-Connected World. The session will be discussing on the themes of sustainable data centers, energy efficiency and green technologies, cloud transformation, the journey to hybrid and multi-cloud solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege in inviting on stage eminent speakers for this session. I invite Mr. Divakar Jaiswal, Joint Director at Software Technology Parks of India, STPI. Sir has an extensive experience in cloud transformation and will be discussing the journey to hybrid and multi-cloud solutions, exploring how organizations are leveraging hybrid and multi-cloud environments for enhanced flexibility and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session, Technical Presentations Part 2. And may I invite on stage our distinguished speaker for this session, Mr. Divakar Jaiswal, Joint Director of Software Technology Parks of India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sir. Sir has extensive experience in cloud transformation. I would like to invite Dr. Debabrata Nayak, Director at PwC India, who has a wealth of knowledge in the field of cyber security. Let's put our hands together to welcome Sir. I invite Mr. Mayuresh Singore, Lead of Connected Business at Digital Blanket. Mr. Singore specializes in sustainable practices within the data centers. And ladies and gentlemen, the session will be chaired by Mr. A.S. Pandey, General Manager, IT and Chief Information Security Officer at Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back everyone to Technical Presentation Session 2, where we will be delving into cybersecurity in cloud and data centers, mitigating risk in hyper-connected world. As the world becomes increasingly connected, the importance of robust cybersecurity measures and sustainable practices in data centers has never been greater. And we begin this session while our chair for the session is joining us. I would take So I was about to take on your role of the chair. And so let's welcome our session chair, Mr. Pandey. So before we begin our first presentation, I would like to make an announcement once again that all those leaving the venue are kindly requested to deposit their lanyards at the registration counter so that we could reuse or regenerate them, and this is a small contribution towards saving wastage of some valuable assets and of course saving the environment. And for this session, since we have very less time left, we have to commence our next session in time only. So we will request all our presenters to kindly limit their presentations to 10 minutes itself. And if time permits, then we will have question and answers in the end. Otherwise, we would request all our participants seated in the front to kindly pass on their questions with their name and contact details to our session chair, and they can be addressed later on. Thank you. So I hand over to our session chair. Over to you, sir. Would you like to begin with your presentation?
There's no presentation. Okay. Fortunately.
Thank you.
So thank you, ma'am. Post-lunch sessions are the most difficult sessions, and I have been given the responsibility to manage one of them. I hope I am able to do justice to it. And the topic is very interesting and very contextual, which talks of cybersecurity, cloud, data centers, hyper-connected world, and mitigating the risks. So if we look at the landscape today and the vision of the government, the landscape very clearly talks of providing digital delivery of services. The world has got used to it, and the key enabler for it till now, even in the ICT kind of an environment, key enabler for provisioning of a service, digital service, was always a data center. It was at the heart of the services. As demand grew for services, as digital proliferation increased, you had this migration in the technology part at least, or evolution in the technology part at least, from data centers to private clouds to public clouds, and now people are talking of hybrid clouds. So the cloud has emerged as a necessity. It is providing a very essential feature, which is availability of service nearly 100% time today, because if something is down for even a minute, people are crying and making noise. So to that extent, the role of cloud and cloud service providers becomes very important. But be that as me, as it is, the role is as important as it is, the political and rather geopolitical ecosystem has also undergone a change. From what was a normal cybersecurity threat, from normal script queries or just vulnerability management, today you have the state getting involved, which has economic ramifications and finally the impact on the economic growth of the country. So a critical data center, though all may not be classified as a critical infrastructure, they actually emerge as a critical infrastructure. If I'm able to ensure a downtime on a data center for a significant long period, a lot of business continuity gets affected. And therefore, the security of the data center or the cloud service is very important. And coming next, the UN has picked up the next big challenge, which is the sustainability part of it. So many data centers coming up all around the country, at least in India, even globally, each one running into megawatts of capacity. So where do we see the carbon footprints emerging on this? The government is committed to going net zero by 2050. And with the kind of proliferation of data centers that is happening, sustainability emerges as a next big challenge. So the entire ecosystem of digital delivery of services therefore revolves around in some way or the cloud infrastructure. And I'm very glad to have very esteemed set of panelists with me or speakers with me who will decipher each segment of this ecosystem for you as given their experience in the most simplest terms. So first I will come to Mr. Diwakar Jaiswal. He's a joint director with Software Technology Park of India. Over 16 years of services. Last 5 years, he has been with STPI, and he's been involved with data centers, cloud computing, datacom, information security, and audit verticals. He is also actively involved with one very important vertical for the government, which is the government cloud service. And so now I'll request Mr. Jaiswal to please share his thoughts on cybersecurity in cloud data centers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, on journey to the hybrid cloud. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Diwakar Jaiswal, has given very nice intro. Thank you. Today, I'm going to talk about the journey to hybrid and multi-cloud. As far as STPI's data center business is concerned, STPI has started its data center journey in 2009 by building first tier 3 data center at Chennai, and it was majorly built for the Passport Seva project, which is still hosting there. And thereafter, we have built 4 more tier 3 data center at Warangal, Bhubaneswar, Mohali, and Bangalore. Now we have 5 tier 3 data centers. And now STPI is going to start its journey towards the cloud business. So I would request team to play a small video of our Cloud Ananta. Please.
Introducing a revolution in cloud computing for India. Ananta represents a historic moment in the evolution of the cloud. This is a journey that will redefine boundaries of innovation and empower enterprises and individuals alike to reach new heights of productivity and efficiency. Hosted in STPI's secure government data centers in India, Ananta is not just another cloud platform, it's a game changer for India's sovereignty. Ananta is a platform that not only meets but exceeds the needs of today's digital landscape. discoveries of technology, we invite you to join us on this incredible journey of innovation and discovery. Embrace the future of rapid using our hyper-skilled cloud platform.
Thank you. We are building this cloud along with the PPP partnership with Yotta, which is the leading data center service provider in India. As far as my agenda is concerned, I will a bit talk about STPI, what STPI is doing, and what are the cloud growth drivers, what is the future cloud roadmap, and then hybrid cloud market, and then about the STPI's Ananta Cloud solution. STPI was established in 1991 for promoting the software export from India. And gradually we entered into the data center, cyber security, and other kind of services apart from providing the promotional services. The first service which STPI started was the statutory service, that is Software Technology Park service and Electronic Hardware Technology Park scheme, wherein we used to provide the incentive to the companies who export the software or electronic hardware. We also provide the incubation scheme where the startup can be incubated and we incentivize them also. Apart from this, for exporting the software, we first set up the international gateway back in 1993 over the satellite link so that the softwares can be exported from India. And apart from this, we provide the startup promotion scheme in which we incentivize startups. We have set up around 25 centers of entrepreneurship across India in a different technology domains like blockchain, artificial intelligence, or 5G, fintech, medtech. They are the different technology domains. Apart from this, we have started this next generation incubation scheme. This scheme basically focuses for the tier 2 and tier 3 cities to create the startup ecosystem in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We also are in project management and consultancy services where we execute the turnkey projects, end-to-end turnkey projects. We provide the ICT solutions to our customers, government, state government. And we are also in data center, as I earlier said. STPI is also a certain impaneled information security auditor. We are doing the audit of very prestigious projects of India. And another service are BPO, that is business process outsourcing, or you can say call center. We provide the viability gap funding for the companies who are setting the call centers in tier 2 or tier 3 cities. And another scheme is EMC, that is Electronic Manufacturing Cluster scheme, in which if any state wants to set up electronic manufacturing cluster, then government provides the gap funding there. This was all about the STPI services. Now I talk about what are the growth factors or growth drivers for cloud. Increasing demand for the IT services due to emerging technology and global IT spending to reach around 5 trillion in 2024. And the government initiative like Digital India Initiative, GI Cloud, and data center policies of various stages, these are fueling for the cloud services. And skilled manpower, robust network. Nowadays, many of Indian companies are making the hyper-scale data center, like Yotta is there, Adani is also making, Jio is also making the hyper-scale data centers. We have the very skilled and talented workforce at a very competitive price as compared to US and Europe. And growing domestic market such as smart city and e-delivery of citizen services, etc. These are the growth factors involved for the emergence of cloud. And a reason for pursuing the cloud services. If I talk about the top reasons, for a business requires more flexibility, the kind of flexibility which cloud can provide, the conventional solution cannot provide this. Resiliency, optimal IT operation, and scale of demand. You see, I can give the example of CoWIN app, the kind of scale it cannot be met through the conventional IT infrastructures. And obviously, the capex is being converted to the OPEX cost. Why Indians are taking cloud so seriously? As we have compiled from the 2-3 reports, and the gist is that around 78% of Indian enterprises already have more than 30% of their hosted on the cloud. 58% of Indian enterprises are moving new workload, focused modernization and transformation to the cloud. 36% of Indian enterprise IT infrastructure is spent for the cloud. Modernization and business growth are the single largest reason for the enterprise cloud adoption in India. India cloud market is expected to grow at a CAGR of 22.9 till 2027. And Indian market projected to cross $17.8 billion by 2027. Cloud may account for 8% of India's GDP by 2026, up to USD of 380 billion. And cloud is expected to create 14 million jobs in India. Then, what are the roadmap for embracing the future? We have complied with few, like future is hybrid and multi-cloud environment. Organizations are increasingly adopting the multi-cloud, and focus on the security is increasing day by day. With the emergence of AI, now penetration is easy for a common user also. They can just ask ChatGPT to write a code and it can automate it. So focus is increasing on the security and compliance also. Rise of serverless computing. Serverless architecture will gain the traction. Rise of artificial intelligence, AI ML. Apart from this edge computing is also gearing up. Sustainability in the cloud computing is also a very asked for feature, and regular and data sovereignty, regulation and data sovereignty, security and privacy enhancement, and interoperability and standardization. Today, in today's environment, interoperability is very important. As in the morning session, our Director General has already quoted this point that we can scale only through this interoperability. Suppose an application made on AWS and want to move to some other cloud player, it should be seamless. It should be not bound to a particular operator. So interoperability is going to play a very vital role here. Yeah, future is hybrid and multi-cloud. What application need? Best application experience, application adaptive infrastructure, application first security. And these things can be met through multi-cloud and hybrid cloud solutions. As far as hybrid cloud market is concerned, as of 2023, it was $96 billion, and as of 2032, it is projected to be $414 billion, with a CAGR of 17.2. Yeah. This slide will talk about what are the drivers for hybrid cloud, restraints, opportunity, and challenges. Growing demand for agile and scalable and cost-effective computing is the main driver for it. And if I talk about the restraints, lack of technical expertise to manage the hybrid cloud or multi-cloud environment, lack of awareness about the privacy and security concerns which can be met through it. If I see what are the opportunity to it, growing need for the future for more computational power, rapidly increasing adoption of hybrid cloud. Challenges are here, the workload complexity increases. As we go on hybrid cloud, the complexity increases. And secure integration with the on-prem and off-prem is also a challenge. If I talk about the advantage, flexibility. Hybrid and multi-cloud solution offer greater flexibility as compared to traditional solution. You can scale which cannot be achieved through the on-prem solutions. Scalability and cost saving is also there. As and when required, scalability is required, then you use the public cloud, otherwise you come to your normal on-prem cloud. Keeping all these things in mind, STPI decided to come with a solution, and Ananta has been created. Ananta has been created along with the PPP partnership with Yotta. As I earlier said, Ananta is a sovereign cloud, sovereign trusted cloud being managed by Indians only, operated by Indians, and all the data will reside in India only. At a high level, this diagram will show you what we are planning. Initially, we are going to start with 2 of our data center for the GCC, Government Community Cloud Services. This Government Community Cloud will be in air gap with our hybrid cloud solution. And we are deploying the hybrid cloud solution at each of our data centers. And this hybrid cloud will be integrated to hyperscalers, so that if any of the services which right now is not available with ourselves, then it can be availed from there. And wherever required, we can burst to the hyperscalers also. For that purpose, Yotta hyperscaler is there. And we can also integrate multiple hyperscaler, so this cloud support hybrid as well as multi-cloud functionality. Yeah, our cloud solution is a complete sovereign cloud that is operated by a sovereign entity. Only data will reside only in India, and operation and maintenance by Indian citizen only. I will just rush up because the time is over, as I told. So I will jump to the services section. Yeah, we have planned to offer 3 categories of services: fundamental services, which are basically IaaS and PaaS services. It contains all kind of services. And in the advanced services, we will offer the SaaS services like email, calendar, collaboration, project management services, everything. Through Ananta, we will provide the complete 360 managed services, starting from the cloud adoption and migration, cloud optimization, then cloud security, and then operation and management also. We are also setting up NOC and SOC at each of our data center to manage it and secure it, and we will also provide SOC as a service to our customers. Ananta would also have a marketplace where STPI is supporting around thousands of startups in India, so that a startup can bring their solution to the marketplace and it can be availed by the customers.
Sorry for interjecting. Yeah,
thank you. Sorry.
Maybe the timely interjection.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Divakar. Thank you for giving us insights into Ananta and how STPI has partnered with the private ecosystem to provide robust infrastructure, at least in terms of sovereign cloud in India. I would now move on to Dr. Debrat Nayak, who is a director with PwC India, PhD in wireless security, to touch upon the security-related aspects of cloud services.
Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon. Yeah. Let me start what exactly the whole world is talking now. They are talking 4 words. They are A, B, C and D. What actually A, B, C, D stands for now? A is artificial intelligence. B is broadband, that is mobile broadband. C is cloud computing. D is distributed systems. No computing is nowadays is required for centralized systems. But what India has made the changes, we are really proud of what our Honorable Prime Minister has made the changes. A means Atmanirbhar Bharat, B means BharatNet, C means come and make in India, D means data center proliferation. So that is how actually India is making the digital landscape and making the changes in the digital center. So that is where actually we are fortunate that that we are going to cater to the different societies. If you see the slide, can you move? In the meantime, if you see the data center, what exactly they are catering, they are not catering to a specific sectors. They are catering to healthcare, education, agriculture, safety. They are into everywhere. All the services are running on top of all this. That is going to provide the public services. So data center is nowadays is a very critical and important for all the verticals which is running to serve the common man or the common citizens. Whether you can take the examples of financial services, power utilities, or you can say the safe cities or smart cities. All these are running in terms of data centers. If our data centers are not secure, then of course you will find out a lot of services will not get secure. So, can you move to next slide? No, it is not working. Yeah, cloud and virtualization technique is the main factor which will be used in the data centers. So when you see the cloud and virtualization techniques are working in the data center, basically you will find out all these computing powers will be required when actually you need it. And then you have to release it when actually you don't need it. So that way actually it required a lot of security recommendations. Security was previously used in the data sector in the standalone manner. Now you have to find out how exactly you will use security and when actually your virtual networks are running from one point to another point. Your VNFs are running from one point to another point. Your access control is no more centralized. You have to put the access control in such a way that your virtual machines will interact from each other. So that is how the modern data centers are catering. So ITU has defined a very specific, okay. ITU has defined a very specific methodology and based on this each and layer and each segment you will find out they provide a set of security recommendation and set of security controls and you can use in different layers of your data center. And the most important thing which is coming into picture in the data center is the network function virtualization. Your data center is no more a centralized data center. Your router, switches, all this that you put in the data center is now become central network function virtualization. It will work like a function. And when it works like a function, you have to provide a lot of security between them, how actually they are working. So I have given a cloud security framework. On the context of time, I am not going in details. You have a cloud broker. You have access control manager. You can use all these parameters, how actually you can do the cloud. And ultimately, once you do these things, you have to use the auditing mechanism, how actually you are going to audit. Because all your clouds are hosted in, whether you take AWS or you take Google Cloud, all will be hosted in different geopolitical locations. So you have to do the auditing properly to make that your data, whatever you have hosted, they are safe, they are secure, they are abide by the local law and regulation. What actually recently we have the local law will play a very important role based on the DPDP Act. So we must see where exactly the data is residing. So distributed data center, it depends on how actually you will build out a large scale amount of data center into the force. And when you build these things, you don't need a single security mechanism that will place. You can put your anti-DDoS mechanism, you can put other mechanism, but basically you will find out that this kind of mechanism must scale as long as your application is scaling. Government runs a lot of heavy applications. When all these applications run, basically you will find out your security will also run, and based on this, your data center mechanism will take place. So I have given how actually the big data will play a very important role in data center. When you are taking a terabytes of data and you are analyzing these data, you have plenty of security providers will come. In the right side, you will see your Trend Micro, F5, your Semantic, there are a lot of security players will be there. How actually you will correlate all these data? How actually you will take effective security measures? And based on this, you can take a appropriate decision at the appropriate time. So that need to be taken care of when actually you are running a huge or large hypervised data centers. So to run these kind of data centers, you are putting all the security appliances one by one, but you need to evaluate and you need to find out for what control, what applications or what appliance you are actually putting and what is actually it is preventing into your short term, long term and medium term. So that you need to evaluate based on the, you have to take appropriate actions. But to analyze large amount of data, it is very cumbersome process. If you are using some kind of technology like Hadoop technologies, so that will help actually how you can analyze large amount of big data in the data center, and that will take a very quick action when actually you will take a necessary decision based on the management requirements. Another one thing I have told, the big elephant in the data center is the cloud. I have given a cloud architecture. But the second elephant which is coming to a data center is the artificial intelligence, is the AI. AI is used heavily in the data centers now. They are analyzing the lot of security related events. What are the events happening in the data centers? How actually will take care of all these events? How will take a decision in the appropriate time? Is there any ransomware attack is happening in there? How will take all these things? So the combination of cloud and AI when operating in a data center is like how actually will take a necessary step to come out and take a judgmental decision at appropriate time. Let me give a very practical example. I was just coming from Mumbai to Delhi. I was traveling in an Indigo flight. I think many of you have traveled in the Indigo flight. Indigo flight, there is no barrier. You can always see the captain is going inside, coming outside. So the moment captain comes outside, the flight go to a toss. It goes to a huge turbulence. And the person which was sitting beside me, he was looking like this. I say, what happened? So I am looking at the pilot because pilot has gone to the restroom. The flight is going toss. Then I explain him, sir, don't worry. It is a Airbus 320 and it operates with a lot of artificial intelligence techniques. It has huge amount of decision making capability. So you do not have to worry. Then what did the gentleman do? He pulled the shutter and see outside and he see a lot of clouds outside. So he told me artificial intelligence in combination of cloud. So he's getting so much of scared. He started taking Hanuman mantra. He started in the meantime taking Hanuman mantra. So in the meantime the pilot came. The pilot went into the cockpit and the pilot, it is a coincidence, the pilot when go to the cockpit, the flight gets stable. Once the flight gets stable, he told me, look, what you do? I say, I'm working in a multinational company. He told, no, what is your qualification? I say, I'm a PhD from IIT Bombay. He said, that is the problem. He said, you people always leave everything to machine, everything to algorithms, everything to all these things. You see how the pilot came, then I chanted our mantra, then everything gets settled. So that means my objective of citing this example is, when you are running a data center with a cloud and artificial intelligence, the role of a CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, is like the gentleman. You will always look here and there what to do in a time of ransomware attack. If your CISO is not effective, not understanding how actually the data center is working with a lot of security parameters, then he will be like the gentleman. He will see, oh my God, let the God come and save me. But in a technology world, we have to understand each and every bit of the technology, how to apply it, and understand at the time of criticality, how to take necessary action, necessary decisions based on the cloud. Because cloud, it has a lot of data proliferated in different areas. And AI will take a lot of very precise actions, decisions by doing the log analysis. So that way you can find out it's a beautiful combination. I never thanks to anybody. I always follow these standard bodies who are internationally very renowned. They give the idea how actually our next generation and the next technology will be run. So that is how actually we need to find out To run a country or run a big data centers, we need to be a technologically understand the know-how and then apply the human factor. Then people, policy and technology, three should work combination in hand to hand. With this we can proliferate and our data center will be safe and all the data should reside in India. That is what the current DPDP Act is saying. So we'll see how actually it will come out in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nayak, for this extremely energetic talk. And on the lighter side, at least in the government sector, what I see, the CISOs are doing that mantra and puja when the CEO is out. So that is what is happening in the security space. But going ahead, we have seen various forms of ABCD. Now, one of the Ds was distributed computing, and with the next generation of technologies, communication technologies coming in, the 5G, 6G, you are going to see proliferation of edge data centers. And with AI, the devil in the room, you are seeing more and more compute being pumped in the same card. So the amount of energy that this entire infrastructure that is going to consume is going to be humongous. And if that kind of energy is being consumed, we are actually, there are proponents who are talking in terms of sustainability and how sustainable the whole business of driving businesses through cloud is there. There has been a test where a data center has been put in the sea, submerged in sea to meet the BTU heating requirements, and the whole project was actually rolled back. So on sustainability, we have with us over here Mayuresh, and I'll request Mayuresh, who is the lead with Digital Blanket, to kindly throw his light on sustainability portion of these data centers that we have. And Mayuresh has a very interesting background. He's almost 13 years of experience in smart business industries. And he brings with him data-driven approach for optimizing building performance. So no better than Mayuresh to probably throw light on how to make data centers more sustainable. Please, Mayuresh.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. I've been put in a tough spot, one to follow Dr. Nayak after his energetic presentation and then the kind introduction by Mr. Pandey as well, but I'll try to do my best. Good afternoon. I know that I'm standing between you and a crisp tea, so I'll keep my presentation crisp as well. The focus today is on sustainability in data center operations. Looking at the landscape in India, data centers have consumed 139 billion kilowatt hours of energy as of June 2023. And this is reported at a CAGR of 4.4%. Out of this, let's say 40 to 50% of the energy consumption is typically associated with your cooling and your HVAC consumption. Out of which 20% is the expected wastage of energy that typically occurs when you operate data centers. So that is the landscape of opportunity that we have in terms of sustainability and energy management for data centers in India. What are the top issues that really affect energy wastages in data centers? First and foremost, you can't control what you can't measure. So lack of real-time monitoring, lack of sufficient data, a lack of insights into where are the typical wastage areas when it comes to operation. And I'm focusing here more on the HVAC and the cooling systems, which is where our specialty lies in. Inefficient operation of cooling systems. So while the entire data center might be revved up with BMS systems, with DCIM systems, but whether or not these systems are actually operating based on the cooling demand of the data center or based upon certain static parameters is a sort of a gray area that we are trying to solve for our clients. And underutilized servers. So ghost servers that are operating below capacity. These are power-hungry assets that organizations don't have visibility into. And hence, there need to be certain solutions that can give you a detailed insight into what is your server level energy consumption as well. So what are the different challenges that are associated with operating a typical data center? Energy management, so operating your HVAC systems efficiently. Thermal management, so ensuring that you don't have hot zones and cold zones within your entire environment. Also to understand the rack level temperature and humidity sensing when it comes to your operations. Asset management. So we spoke about Go servers in the previous slide. Tracking and maintaining all your different equipment, different servers, and ensuring that you have an audited trail of all the different assets that you're carrying within the building is as equally important. And then ensuring that you have an end-to-end facility management system in place, which takes care of your maintenance activities, which takes care of replacements. I remember Mr. Suresh from Astricos talking about the DG failure in the society. Something of this sort could have been avoided had there been real insight into the aging of the particular equipment or aging of the particular asset per se. So what are the drivers or what are the harbingers of sustainability in the future of data centers or the future data center? How is the future data center going to look like? So there are three important factors which are driving sustainability within data center operations. Which is driving decarbonization between data center operations, sustainability, energy and performance. A lot of the investments that are happening globally in the data center market as well as an asset class is happening through the green channel. Not less than 25% of the investments made so far globally are accorded to various green and sustainability based asset classes. So that is where organizations have to now comply with these standards. Also, the emissions that a data center emits is actually adding up to the emissions of your customers. So your scope 1 and scope 2 emissions are the scope 3 emissions of your customers. Hence, the more and more you look at global organizations, the more the demand is going to be to ensure that you comply with all the international and Indian regulatory standards when it comes to your scope emissions as well. In India, the government of India has already started BRSR reporting, so business responsibility and sustainability reporting. Very soon, this data is going to be treated at par with financial data. Today, we see a lot of greenwashing happening, which means that, reports are made, compliances are achieved without really data backing it up. Maybe 1 year or 2 years down the line, you'll not be able to do that, similar to how you cannot fudge or essentially wash your financial data as well. So this data and the compliances are going to be a business imperative, and it is important for organizations to start thinking of it as a business strategy rather than a good to have sort of a perspective. A lot of the times we measure the efficiency of our data centers with this term called PUE, power use effectiveness. In India, the PUE is typically close to on an average about 1.55 to 1.56, which obviously there is a need for us to improve it, but PUE alone as a factor is no longer sufficient. Because what PUE does not take into account is a couple of other metrics, which is called as CUE and WUE. So your carbon use effectiveness and your water use effectiveness. Because while your PUE is, let's say about 1.55, 75% of the energy that is generated in India is through non-conventional energy resources, typically attributed to coal. So just having a good PUE is no longer sufficient. You'll also have to start reporting on your CUE and WE parameters. And hence, you need technologies that can support such initiatives within your entire built environment or within your operational environment as well. And what are those technologies now which can help you achieve certain goals that you set out as a strategic initiative? While a lot of data centers focus on DCIM as a must-have software solution or a technology intervention, there is a lot more that an integrated energy management system, a DCIM and a computerized maintenance system can do together, which is where now you need to look at an integrated approach in order to understand the different insights that the data is generating for you. I was speaking to one of the speakers during the lunch break, and he gave a very nice example. Data is like traffic on the streets. Unless and until you start analyzing the patterns between that data, there is no use of that data. So how do you make this data more relevant to you from a financial reporting perspective? How do you make it more insightful, and how does it help you make certain decisions? It could be in terms of predictive maintenance. It could be in terms of optimization of your operations. So the next part of it is IoT and AI. Where does IoT and AI help you? In order for you to optimize the consumption of your HVAC systems or your cooling systems effectively. We have a solution which has helped our clients achieve up to 14% month-on-month energy savings on their chiller plant and their AHU operations. So that is how strong and that is how proven this entire technology is. We have built a set of about 50 different energy conservation algorithms that can be implemented based on the different operational parameters that you typically look at. Preventive and predictive maintenance. So analyzing the different data patterns within your different equipment and then predicting whether a fault could occur. Again, IoT and AI will play a huge role in this particular environment as well. Integration of renewable energy. I think this is something that is a government imperative that we are all working on towards, but also to ensure that, instead of maybe exporting the energy back to the grid, how can you better utilize the amount of energy that you've generated within your captive plants itself, through things such as thermal cooling, through things such as fast discharging batteries. Those are the type of technological interventions that we can bring about, which is the next point. So again, you need a robust set of software systems and technological solutions that can help you take those decisions in time. And what is the business impact, which is finally what we're looking at, the $1 million question. How does it help me? One, it helps you better utilize your existing infrastructure without making any additional capex investments. You also ensure that your overall staff productivity is enhanced. You reduce the amount of errors that are typically associated with operating a facility. You improve processes. You bring about a better customer experience. Most importantly, you can opt for green investments when it comes to capital that you're looking at. You save on your cost of operations. So that is a ready ROI equation right there in front of you. And in order to achieve various compliances, so whether it be international ESG compliances or looking at the Indian benchmark, the BSR compliance, net zero compliances, all of these are the impact that it makes on you as a business. And where is it that as an organization we can help you out with? So we have different offerings that we speak about for Digital Blanket. DB Energy is our AI-based platform that helps organizations optimize their HVAC consumption. Like I said, all the way up to 20% of their overall HVAC consumption. DB Automate is a complete centralized command and control platform that can integrate into multiple point solutions that you have, so that you have one dashboard to monitor your entire facility. DB Optima is the facility management, computerized facility management solution that can help you automate and digitize all the different workflows that you have within your entire environment. And we also have a small family of sensors that can typically do air quality monitoring as well as thermal health monitoring. I'll try and conclude my presentation with a small quote from Vedantics. In the crowded environment of choosing a decarbonization partner, digital first service delivery is the name of the game. So this is from a recent quote by Vedantics. I hope I was able to shed some light upon this entire sustainability beast. We are Digital Blanket. We are happy to be your decarbonization partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayuresh, for this interesting talk. And one very interesting figure that stood out from your presentation was 139 billion kilowatt hour. To put things in perspective, 139 followed by 9 zeros. That is the kind of energy that we are consuming as on today in India. Isn't it, Mayuresh? In India. 139 billion kilowatt hour is in India.
In India as of 2023.
As of 2023. And if I extrapolate that data using Divakar's 22.7% growth rate of data centers, projected growth rate, and which excludes, by the way, the GPUs or the artificial intelligence segment of it, which are 23 to 27, so another 4. So we are actually looking at somewhere around 270 billion kilowatt hour of energy. So, and that's not only a challenge in terms of negating it in terms of net zero, it is also a challenge in terms of producing it. The people have to be gearing up on the other side to produce that kind of power requirements to address your requirements.
In fact, yesterday we are having a discussion in Ministry of Electronics and IT regarding what is the total data center capacity in India, which is supposed to be around 860 megawatt. And there were many operators, and the projection is in next 2 years it is going to be double.
Yeah. So thank you all. You want to make something? That's okay. Okay. Yeah. So thank you all my co-panelists and speakers over here for shedding light on the infrastructure, on the security of the infrastructure and sustainability of the infrastructure. Do we have time for one or two quick questions? So if there's questions from the audience, we are happy to take them on. I'll request you to kindly introduce yourself and direct the question to a specific speaker. Any questions? Yeah.
Yes.
Sir, how safe are data center and what are the tentative risks?
I think I'll direct that to Devrat. Yeah.
I think our data centers are very much safe because the kind of security control built up in the data centers is not a single layer approach now. We have evaluated many data centers in India. So what we find out that all the data centers have built up a multi-layer security approach. When they build up a multi-layer security approach, it becomes very secure, starting from the access control till all the persons of the assets. They classified their critical assets. They provide a specific weightage. They find out where the threat will asset. They do a proper threat analysis. Then they put a proper controls. So that is how actually the current. But having said that, when there will be a cloud and AI, I have given an example, both are in the data centers. It is a one elephant and one lion, they are dancing each other in a data center. So you have to find out a proper combination of the AI-based security controls, which are currently emerging. If you see, Elon Musk recently told that AI security is like a nuclear bomb. How actually will control all the security of artificial intelligence. So when you are putting artificial intelligence in your data centers, you have to put adequate security measures because artificial intelligence can provide a security and save you, and also it will act as against you also. So that way actually we have to, when we go to the next generation data centers, when cloud and AI are built in, we have to serve realistic, we must accept, we have to go a long way.
Though the question is not specifically directed at me, I would add to it. It is as safe as your house. If you decide to put combustible material and explosive together, it will explode. So whether you have AI or AI is only a regression, so whatever has been observed in past may be protected in future or heuristics based. That is for the part of the answer. Second question.
And that will be the last question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, hello, good evening. First of all, thanks for very insightful presentations to all the presenters. I have a question in basically one question and one sub-question. So now it's good to see a lot of Indian companies are coming up with this infrastructure as a service, SaaS, CPaaS and whatnot. But when Indian company will get fully vertically and horizontally integrated, like they will have their own cyber security, own infrastructure, own cloud computing capabilities, something in line with what Alibaba has done in China or Tencent has done in China. Now Chinese company, I'm aware that Chinese companies have this government backing and all. But what are the limitations for the Indian companies? And second question is that now the success of the likes of AWS is attributed to the network effects. Now network effect plays very, very important role in platform businesses. How Indian companies are going to address this particular attribute of not having network effects to the fully. So would love to have some, if you can throw some light would be great. Thank you.
Devakar, you would want to answer that?
As far as your first question is concerned, you are talking of how the SaaS service providers are putting their data. Right now, government doesn't have any control on it, where this data is going on. We might be availing the services from any Indian company, but we are not knowing where they are hosting this. So government is planning to have a SaaS guideline also, so that these data cannot be hosted outside of India. It is under planning. Soon it will come.
I think Devrat wants to add.
So regarding the startups ecosystem coming, how actually Indian ecosystem, like you have given a very, very good example of Tencent, Alibaba. I have been in that, I worked for Chinese company for 10 years. I know how actually the ecosystem is going. But having said that, we are a democratic country. We are not a country where actually we will force to do this and exclusively to develop this. So as far as I know, the security ecosystem is growing rapidly under the NASCOM and DSCI. there are a lot of security ecosystem has come out, and they are specifically solving to cloud security problems. There is a security called CloudSec has come, who has taken exclusively how to take care of the cloud security problems. Their AI Sec has coming. They will exclusively working on how to take care of AI security parts. So Indian ecosystem and Indian unicorn is now emerging, but of course it will take a little bit of time. And based on this, as 5G is coming, you have seen recently India Mobile Congress has hosted the 5G. It's a huge ecosystem has come out there. So that means the Indian unicorn and the startup systems are growing. But of course, to scale into the level of Alibaba and all, we have to take some time, because we have just started 10 years back. So it is time to, we'll definitely catch up there.
Infrastructure and security can never be complete. You have new threat vectors coming up every day. So you cannot have security being complete at any point in time. So that lag will always be there. It is where you find maturity that this has got matured, at least in terms of infrastructure, the cloud infrastructure. And coming to the second part of it, largely to do with data sovereignty or a sovereign cloud kind of infrastructure. The network effect do play a role, because for the simple reason is that the traditional Indian CSPs right now, as they stand today, do not have the SaaS offerings, which is reducing the time to market for many products. That is where the absorption of the technology is happening. But with them, as they catch up with this cycle and reach the same place as offerings, reach the same place as probably what other your public cloud service providers are providing, you will have that thing growing automatically. Thank you.
But just a lighter note, it is my personal opinion, not my company opinion. You have seen what happens to Jack Ma, eh? You have seen it. So that means once the company goes to that extent in China, it is not allowed to go further extent. So that is where actually India is a very different country. We can allow any extent you can go and proliferate.
And with no intent to name any brand, we have had a recent outage of a significant log time where the leader in security and leader in infrastructure were involved. So infrastructure and security are never going to be enough. With that note, thank you to all my
Thank you,
speakers.
sir. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to convey our gratitude and appreciation to all our eminent speakers. I would request Mr. Pandey, our session chair, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos, the token of appreciation to our eminent speakers. We present to Mr. Divakar Jaiswal, Joint Director, Software Technology, STPI. Thank you, sir. To Dr. Debrata Nayak, Director, PwC, India. And to Mr. Mayuresh Shingore. And may I request Brigadier Anil Tandon to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our session chair, Mr. A.S. Pandey. And may I request all our panelists to kindly come together in the front for a group photograph. Brigadier Tandon, if you could join the group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly remain seated as we are straight away moving into the concluding session. We'll just take a few minutes to do up the top table, and then we will straight away move into the proceedings of the concluding session, which is a panel discussion. Also, while we are setting up the top table, may I take this opportunity to once again remind all our participants to kindly drop your lanyards at the registration counter before you leave the venue, because we would like to reuse and recycle the lanyards, saving on the wastage and saving on our environment. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a few minutes and we will be done with the setting up of the top table, and we'll move ahead with the proceedings of the next session. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to session 4, which is a panel discussion on the evolution of data centers in the age of AI and automation. This session will delve into how AI and automation are transforming the data center landscape, from enhancing the operational efficiency to enabling the smarter, more resilient infrastructure. As data demands grow and technologies evolve, the role of AI and automation in data centers becomes increasingly crucial, and scalability, security, and sustainability. And ladies and gentlemen, to guide us through this insightful discussion, we are privileged to have as a moderator Shri Manoj Tandon, Director Projects, Operations and Maintenance at RailTel. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir. Shri Tandon brings a wealth of experience in managing large-scale data infrastructure projects, making him the perfect choice to lead today's conversation. And I would like to invite our eminent panelists. I invite Mr. Amit Sehgal, Senior Vice President and Technology Head at HDFC Bank with extensive experience in banking technology. Mr. Sehgal has led several digital transformation initiatives, and he brings a unique insights on the role of data centers in the financial sector. I would like to invite Shri Subhash Chandra Kesarwani, Director Taxation and NGS at the National Communications Academy, Department of Telecommunications. Shri Kesarwani is known for his expertise in telecommunications and network services, particularly in training and knowledge sharing within the industry. I would like to invite Mr. Prashant Oberoi, Director for India and SAARC at Northern Communication. Warm welcome to you, sir. With extensive experience in data center solutions, Mr. Oberoi offers insights into the technical advancements in data centers and the role of AI in enhancing the operational efficiency. And I also have the privilege in inviting on the panel Mr. Satyanarayan Reddy Alla. He is the Technical Manager for India and SAARC at Simon. Mr. Alla has a deep understanding of data center infrastructure and connectivity solutions, making him an ideal panelist to discuss the future of automated data centers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege to hand over the session to our distinguished moderator, Shri Manoj Tandon, to begin the panel discussion as we look forward to an engaging and enlightening exchange of ideas on the evolution of data centers in the age of AI and automation. And over to you, sir.
Every action of ours in this, am I audible? Sir. Am I audible now? Thank you. Every action of ours in this modern world revolves around data. In fact, our entire life is now data-centric. Whether it's entertainment, online transactions, online games, online learning, online shopping, online banking, online learning, online searching, or location-based services, social media engagement, or for that matter, talking to our relatives and friends over data video calls. Most of our decisions in this digital world are driven by data in professional and personal life. Warm welcome and very good afternoon to all distinguished guests, industry friends, and media friends. Thanks a lot to Bharat Exhibition and BIF and all the sponsors for arranging this interesting discussions and event. And my special thanks to Shashi ji for giving me opportunity to moderate this session. If data is new oil, data center is new oil rig, and AI is new oil refinery. With every passing moment, the AI continues to evolve and move up in the entire value chain to harness and enable actionable insights. I love this word, actionable insights, instead of saying simple AI, for driving efficiency and enablement. And this is making data even more important and critical element of every sphere of our life, action and decision. Product offerings to customer service to supply chain management. The automation leverages vast amount of data to create predictive models and personalized experiences. In fact, Google and Facebook know us more than an entire world know about us. And hence the personalized product offering is a reality now actually. The evolution of data center in the age of AI and automation marks a transformative shift in how we collect, process, and consume data. Traditionally, DCs were built for basic storage and computing. But as the demand grew, virtualization and cloudification emerged to optimize resources and ensure shorter time around for quicker scalability. In recent years, the technology evolved further wherein it is compelling to adopt AI. There is no more choice now for enhancing DC operations, optimize energy consumption, and manage the workloads much smarter as compared to the earlier times. The shift towards edge computing is going to ensure decentralized data processing at edges, reducing the dependency on long terrestrial telecom links. And we know it's better because we are also telecom service provider of national footprint. And thus enabling the real-time applications processing at the field itself instead of bringing the entire data to DC's pocket, which are concentrated in places like Noida, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Mumbai. The rise of specialized hardware like GPU is further fueling the acceleration of AI-driven workloads. The MNLP for deeper learning and large-scale data scale analysis. An AI-powered infrastructure allows autonomous operations, which is often a major latency factor in terms of solving the issues. And in fact, DC being new field for a couple of years, we have serious shortage of manpower in this field at a nation level. The telecom has been in the education field at the engineering college for years and years. But somehow the real-time application processing, the IT, the DC pieces are told in the colleges at very, very preliminary level, even at this stage. And as we move into the future, the combination of AI, automation, and cutting-edge hardware will redefine the data center architecture, making them smarter, leaner, more efficient, and capable of supporting the next generation AI applications. We are fortunate to have panelists from diverse backgrounds to discuss various aspects of DC and evolution in these fast changing times. My first question will be to Shri Amit Sehgal, who is a Senior VP Tech Head at SDFC Bank. He is a seasoned engineering leader with 23 years of experience, and he leads wealth engineering and generative AI at SDFC Bank. Mr. Amit, banking has changed a lot in a couple of years. In fact, last couple of years or last couple of months, I will say that the behavior of the customer towards the banking has changed a lot. The transactions are more online rather than in-prem transactions. And hence the role of DC is gaining a lot of prominence over the years. Being the largest private sector bank, how have you evolved over a couple of years? And the second question, just connected to the first question, is that we understand that backend of banks are changing with the emergence of technologies like AI and automation. But is there any mandate by regulator RBI to adopt some of the tools, or banks are taking proactive actions on suo motu basis to adopt this AI and automation? Mr. Amit.
Thank you for that. Am I audible to everyone? First of all, good afternoon. I think thanks for having me here. So I think there are two pretty interesting questions on the table right now. So probably I'll take them one by one, essentially. So, and it's absolutely right that there is a very systemic shift in the way, banking is portrayed not only in India, but, globally, and specifically in India because of a lot of interventions from RBI. If you have heard of India Stack 2.0, there are a lot of digital transformations happening all around. So there has been a completely systematic move in terms of the way how banking was done earlier versus how Gen Zs and even my father, essentially, who used to take a passbook to bank and get the passbook being filled up, all has changed over a period of time. And the biggest impact started to happen during the pandemic area, so where digital access was need of the hour. People were not allowed to move out of their homes. That's where the major disruption started to happen, right? So you see, if you compare with 2020 to 2024, the amount of UPI transaction is about 10x volumes which have increased for UPI transactions, which are currently running at about 600 million odd transactions in this year, essentially. So that's a very huge volume per se. And not only just UPI transaction, everything. Like earlier, majorly people used to just do for inquiry and stuff like that, account inquiries and stuff like that. People used to call up for digital propositions. Now everything, like even you do UPI payments, you do wealth investment. For example, I lead an application from HDFC Bank, which is Smart Wealth. It's a DIY wealth app, literally, to invest. Everything is completed DIY. It's in your hands. Everybody uses mobile phones, and over the internet they do transactions per se. So everything is moving completely digital. And being the largest private sector bank, we do see the data centers become the backbone of the entire digital transformation which is currently happening in the world, rather than in India as well, right? So, and I think every bank would be facing the same thing, no matter how large or small they are. And now because data centers have become the core, because you have to support so many large volumes of real-time, low latency transactions to happen, everything has to scale. Our core systems have to scale. Our data centers APIs have to scale. Our application APIs have to scale. And all of them is completely dependent on data centers and their operational efficiencies per se. And what we have seen, at least how we evolved in last 4-5 years, essentially, is like we saw a large shift in the approach, where we saw like a lot of things like, in the last session also, people talked about hybrid cloud, or hybrid data centers per se. So those kind of innovations started to happen. At least in our bank, we have presence on all the 3 clouds, as well as we run our own data centers as well. That gives us very strong elasticity on capability in terms of elastically scale our infrastructure based on the need which we want to have. It also gives us a good fault tolerance, right? Whenever we have any kind of fault in any data center, we can switch over to a different data center or a cloud per se, and those kind of resilience is built in. So data centers has become very, very core per se. So there are like a couple of key pillars which we have thought through in the last 4-5 years, which we have kept an eye on. One is how can we improve the operational efficiency of data centers, right? So the kind of automations, the kind of work which we want to do on top of it, adopt cloud and things like that, that happened in that arena. I think Mayuresh talked about carbon footprint. So, and I think I also lead generative AI factory. Every department, we call it as a factory in HDFC Bank. So even that needs huge amount of power. So like, I don't know how many of you guys have ever used ChatGPT. I should not be asking this question. I would probably see everybody is raising their hand. But do you know how much energy a GPT-3 model, which is like a previous version of the model of GPT-4, GPT-4o right now, which is running, would have consumed, how much energy would have been consumed to train a GPT-3 model? Any guesses? If you compare it with like a day worth of household energy or something like that, any guesses around that? Sorry, somebody said? Approximately, yes. Yeah, so that's the number. Probably I've read that article. So there are a lot of articles around, like, if you give energy for an Indian household for about 130 odd years, or even like for an year, you give energy for 130 households. That is the amount of energy being utilized by these kind of large language models to get trained. And all that can be only supported with the finest and the bravest data centers. That's where data centers become very, very core to the entire ecosystem, which could be on-premise data centers, which could be cloud-based data center, which could be hybrid. Now we're also looking into, private cloud-based initiatives, like how would we improve operational efficiencies in terms of utilization of resources, how do we monitor that, and whatnot. So all those things have been, we have been working a lot. There have been a lot of observability tools being applied on our data centers. Firewall security has been enhanced to sort of support different types of hacks which are happening in the banking world. And we do see large amount of hacks happening every day. There are a lot of hack attempts from various countries, certainly on Indian banks, specifically a bank of HDFC Bank grade. We receive a large amount of hacks every day. So there's a large amount of work which is done on data center security, perimeter security, and other aspect of it. So yes, I think data center is very, very core, and there is a lot of work. It is very evolving right now in the industry, and we are very much upbeat about it. I'll switch over to the second question, which was around the role of AI per se in data centers, essentially. I think AI has a role to play everywhere, essentially, like, because as Manoj also mentioned that data is the new oil, and data could be anything. There could be data around financial data. There could be data around IoT metrics, essentially. For example, you have metrics being deployed in data centers, essentially. So every server is being monitored through an IoT sensor or IoT device. And how do you use that data to take proactive, actionable insight out of it is where AI comes very handy, right? And what I see, I think, in the HDFC Bank, and we are in very early stages of adopting AI into data centers world, essentially, though we have been using AI into other fraud monitoring and other stuff, essentially. And as I lead generative AI factory, so we are starting into generative AI a lot. Essentially, we built the first generative AI bots, etc., within the bank as well. So there's a lot of work around AI any which ways, but within data centers per se to talk about, in order to do the best utilization of our ecosystem, AI becomes very handy because we first have to put all the automations around observability for our servers, our infrastructures, our firewalls, our switches, etc. And how do we see the utilization of each and every infrastructure component, and use that data in real time and predict, or maybe adjust the load, transfer the load from one application to another, or to one server to another to make best utilization of the servers in a way. For example, there are situations where we have been using private cloud infrastructure where we have Kubernetes clusters being running on infrastructure. How do we shift load from one node to another? A lot of things has been driven through rule-based as well as AI-based ecosystem per se. Another thing is where we have early fault detection, even before the fault actually happens. How do we detect that fault to happen beforehand? And that's where a combination of an IoT device plus an AI plus a lot of data crunching ecosystems like Hadoop or data lakes, etc., comes into play. So we have built certain technologies around that as well, where we collect all the metrics from servers, crunch that data into data lakes, use AI ML to do prediction around any kind of faults or any kind of rectification or service calls to be made. So those kind of things are being automated. It's like in motion right now. Apart from that, there are other operational efficiencies which AI brings in terms of how do you, do the operational efficiency around service ticket creation and service ticket routing for infrastructure monitoring and stuff like that. The moment your sensors raises an alert, how do you route that ticket to the right teams, the right ecosystems, essentially. That again, the routers being written in the machine learning algorithms, that's where we use a lot of routing techniques to route the tickets to the right places as well. Yeah, so that's what I would say. The AI is kind of playing a very, very key role in every aspect, and also in data centers, in improving our operational efficiency, improving our utilizations of ecosystem, also doing intrusion preventions through firewalls. So a lot of our firewalls use an AI-powered ecosystem to detect the flow logs of the infrastructure to see, are there any intrusions, are there any hack attempts which are malicious, which are not permitted, and raise alarms. So those kind of preventive or precautionary measures are also being developed and deployed using AI. And that's what that's what is being used in HDFC Bank as well. There are a lot of partners which we deal with to develop these kind of solutions for us and deploy in our ecosystem. Yeah.
Thanks, Amit. Very insightful thoughts and deliberation on the topic. One sub-question associated with this. Today, most of the banking transactions are menu-driven. Amit, do you foresee that we are going towards the NLP-based banking sooner or later? And then, if at all, then what will be the impact on the DC architecture?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I couldn't.
Natural language processing.
Okay. Yeah. So, actually, yeah. So, specifically with the advent of large language models, generative AI, what we have seen, and this is not specific to a data centers per se, but yes, a lot of banking journeys, essentially, right? You will see a lot of banking journeys have been traditionally workflows. Literally, if you talk about, you follow a step-by-step process of, say, creating opening an account, for example. You follow a step-by-step process of doing a KYC, getting a photo done, doing a video KYC, dropping some money, and then creating some accounts. So there are a set of processes which is very, I would say, I should not call it like legacy because it's very prevalent and it's very effective as well, but it's kind of changing. Now people are getting used to very conversational based mechanisms. So I've seen there are evolutions of journeys in where a lot of onboarding journeys and a lot of transaction based journeys are getting converted into more like bots. Essentially, you just call up and start talking to a bot. It asks you a PAN number, it asks you certain questions, it gets you a video done. All of that, it doesn't seem like you're clicking up and following a workflow. You're just talking to a person and your account gets open or your transaction is done. So those kind of evolutions are currently happening. And all thanks to generative AI, a lot of things are which were looking like difficult earlier in last couple of years. Essentially, a lot of feasibility has come across from generative AI factors, essentially, where we have brought in a lot of journeys which are completely, natural language based. And you'll see, I think, not only HDFC Bank, a lot of other banks in India would start launching such journeys which are completely conversational, end-to-end, where you onboard a customer through a bot, or you do a transaction, you do some investments to a mutual fund or whatever. Everything is done through a conversational bot in a way. So yeah, I think things are evolving. But I think in the next 1 year or so, you'll see a lot of journeys like that coming into play.
Thanks. That's interesting. We look forward to bot talking to us from the bank. My next question is or a couple of questions to Shri Subhash Chandra Kesarwani, who is Director TX and NGS with National Communication Academy. And he's a technocrat and he's MTech from IIT BHU. So Shri Subhash, there are few issues with data centers or challenges with data centers is around the power management and the cooling of DCs, because most of the cost is revolving around these two factors. And as a nodal agency involved in developing the forthcoming National Digital Communication Policy for 2025, is NCA proposing to include this in new policy? Next question is, what are the specialist courses NCA is thinking for upskilling people for DC and AI? And yes, then what are the actions we are going to see on the ground? Mr. Subhash.
Thank you, sir. Sir has put a very right question, and it is the thing which we are working right now. Very correctly, sir said that now we are under process of drafting NDCP 2025. This work is being done at NCA only, National Communication Academy. For last around 6 months, we are working on that policy. And the thing which sir said that how the scaling works. So what are different challenges that I will enumerate here. The first thing is that the cooling system, how that power system will be managed and how things will be done.
The same model, I think, in 1985 around, the same problem was faced when telecom exchanges were proliferated. At that point of time, similar problem came, and that point of time that C dot came with some product, and because of that only that AC problems throughout the country was solved. Sam Pitoda sir was there, and he came and designed some systems. So right now we are at that crossroad again, and that's crossroads it how to proliferate like data center. Now we are working for broadband for all. That unless that broadband connections reach at the every corner of the country, so data center will be coming after that, not before that. So first at every corner of country we will have to take broadband connections so that people can use. If we create data centers at some regional or some district, so how people will use that facility. So for that another fundamental problem is broadband. So right now we are working on the broadband, and NDCP 2018 also focused. In fact, in NDCP 2018 it was target for broadband for all by 2022. That period has passed and still we are far away from the target. In NDCP 2025, now government is working on a process that it is separate policies underway coming. Apart from that NDCP 2025, a subsector policy totally focusing on broadband for all. So that is also under process that we are right now working. I am also working. Before coming this, I prepared a draft and I came to this place. So right now, when I am here, that discussion is going at NCA about that policy. So that kind of the fundamental things we are working, and with regard to that challenges, that how that once that broadband connections come and people start placing their data center, how the schooling system and power system will come. For that, right now the discussion under which we are going, that is a community-owned network. We are working of community-owned network, because if you place data center at the remote places or in the far-flung areas of country, it will be very difficult for people from cities or for people from urban area to go there and manage. So now we are, I think, next policy that community-owned network that will become at big way, and government is going to place a guideline for that, how to come with that, how to subsidize. In fact, government is planning to give a subsidy for community-owned network. In that, in community-owned network, people at the local level, they will be managing that cooling system, they will be managing every power system and all the vital areas of this. Though that data center, what type of data and how to that data flow, that will be under control of the agency who will be placing that data center, but all the vital like power, cooling, etc. Those are not related to very much about data security or data thing. That can be taken care of by local people. And this is the first question which are placed. And another question was that how that upskilling work. For upskilling work, it is a very great challenge, which I think in NDCP 2018 also that was a major challenge, and right now also the same challenge we are facing right now also. For that, a lot of work has to be done, and this work will not only be done by government side. So all the industry member, all the government member, and all the stakeholders will have to come. Like when this policy was being drafted, at one point of time, I asked my seniors that, sir, कि ऐसा कोई NGO है क्या? Is there any NGO who is working on the problems of solving the customers' problems? Suppose किसी को कोई problem है तो वो कहाँ जाएगा लेके? I don't know, people will believe or not, that the officers who are 20 years senior to me, वो said कि आज तक तो मैंने ऐसा question ही नहीं सुना कि someone never asked कि ऐसा कोई होना चाहिए, कोई NGO की किसी को problem हो तो वो कहाँ चला जाए. Still, though we have system in government, we have all that public grievance redressal system, everything is fine. But the people at the very, जो अंतिम पंक्ति में जो बैठा था, people at the last row, जो एक गांव में बैठा, where he will come to, वहाँ तो इंटरनेट नहीं है तो वो कैसे सेंट्रल पब्लिक ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल सिस्टम पे जाके वो काम करेगा. सो दैट काइंड ऑफ थिंग, वो वहाँ पे अगर जब तक हम जाके काम नहीं करेंगे, दैट प्रॉब्लम विल स्टिल बी देयर. So upskilling, the first thing is that the grievance redressal, that this voluntary sector means NGOs has to come forward. Being a industry side, industry member also need to think of that. If you are going to empower this voluntary sector, that will be beneficial for industry only. They will bring a lot of business, a lot of upskilling. So this is my request, and this is what we think at the NC. This is right now deliberation is going on. How to engage, how to upskill this voluntary sector, NGOs, or other pressure group and whatever different, even self-help group we are talking, that how to empower them, how can they utilize the existing knowledge, how can they approach the authorities to solve their problems. Unless though they go there, it will be very difficult. If we only talk of establishing data center, that will not solve the problem. Who is going to use that data center, whether they are empowered to use that data center or not. So that we will have to focus, and for that, right now what we think that community and network, community owned network and community upskilling is the key. And for that, government and industry both will have to work simultaneously. As far as this topic, this topic has been given, artificial intelligence, how that artificial intelligence can work, that can work a lot if we use that broadband connection and the data center. In data center, don't only put the data for the business, rather than there should be a sufficient material for giving training to the users, how they are going to use that data center. So if initial days we should train the people how to use data center. So if that basic is upskilling, if we give a basic upskilling that how to do and how to utilize, how a small child can use that data center to upskill himself or herself, how he can educate himself or herself, rest thing he will do or her, they will do on their own. So that we have to think of fundamental skilling of the people in the last row. So that is the key. This is what we think. Thank you so much. Thanks, sir. My next question will be to Shri Prashant Oberoi, Director, India SARC and Northern Communication. He is a seasoned professional with over 2.5 decades of experience, exposure in networking and surveillance. Mr. Prashant, as data center becomes more ubiquitous in the role that play in all the applications, what is your opinion in terms of cybersecurity implications? And as an automation, we are actually seeing that the AI adoption in the DC is slower as compared to the AI adoption at the threat actors end. Today, more and more coordinated effort, coordinated attacks through AI bots are happening. So is there any solution to respond to those in real time? One is yes, practices, processes, firewalling, conventional tools. But I think the kind of attacks which are coming in from various places and threat actors, the next level of war, we say that in the digital world, is going to impair the fundamental enablement of citizens. So why I'm talking on this is that you see bombing happening and people are getting killed, so there's a lot of emotions against the country which is bombing. But next round of things which will happen is the bloodless attacks. And they will simply impair your transportation system, they may impair airlines, they may impair trains, they may impair oil pipelines, they may impair refineries. So I think the challenges towards the OEMs or solution enablement is that how do we respond, how do we move the value chain so that we are prepared to handle this kind of attacks. And next question is that what are you working on security by design and customize for various DCs. It's a normal thought that every DC requires similar application, similar security solution. But I think depending on the criticality and the applications which are being processed, there are solutions which are customized to suit the requirement of the customer. Mr. Prashant.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity, and I'm very grateful that I'm part of such a elite panel with so many senior people there. When we are talking about AI and when we are talking about the coordinated attacks, and especially in cybersecurity, though I'm not an expert on cybersecurity, however, as we say, when any war is being fought, it has to be answered in the same manner. Similarly, the AI bots and those kind of attacks, obviously there are regenerative AI technologies which have to be used to counter them as well. Because AI can only be the answer for the AI, because in terms of technologies which we are using today and kind of everyday advancements which are happening, obviously same kind of reply or same kind of response is required to counter them. And there are people, the cybersecurity industry is working, and they are also using a lot of AI in their solutions and continuously enhancing the solutions. And I was hearing the last panel where Sir was telling, Pandey Sir was telling very clearly, security is never enough. So obviously there will be new kind of attacks and we have to live with it. However, the only thing which we can learn from all this is the same kind of thing doesn't happen in future. We learn that much faster, we learn to respond that much faster. However, once we say this, obviously, being an employee, I have to pull it towards my company, sorry. In any case, the whole infrastructure has to be ready for that, geared up to that. It is not only one segment of the particular thing which can be taken care of. Security by itself doesn't do. Overall infra should be ready in that sense, that it should respond that much faster. The latencies should be that much lesser. The physical infra should be that much stronger and robust. Though each and every component of the whole infrastructure system has to be that much faster in current world, that it should respond with that much responsiveness, thereby bringing in as low as, that's what we were talking in the morning, right from a physical layer, because one of my colleague was talking in the second session, right from the physical layer to the security layer to the network layer, each and every layer has to respond to with that responsiveness. And obviously the answer to conclude is, the whole thing is with the cybersecurity things riding, AI riding on top of the current cybersecurity measures which we have taken, that can only neutralize the AI-based attacks.
One more question is that how do you see the role of edge data centers? Because now the topic is under discussion at various levels that because we have to move the processing at the edges. And when I'm saying edges means instead of concentrating DCs at the tier 1 cities, the DCs will actually move to tier 2, maybe beyond tier 2 cities also. So given that applications are likely to be more bandwidth intensive and the dependency on terrestrial link is huge, what do you think that, what kind of applications or what kind of requirements are there for such applications? Are you working towards that for any application or for any solution proposed to the customers?
Yes, sir. As you said, all the applications are becoming very, very data intensive. Obviously, one big solution to that is moving towards the edge solutions, wherein most of the computing is done at the device level itself, so that only the incidental data gets passed on to the data center, and that's where edge computing based data centers are forming a core for the data center growth by itself. And second, obviously, when the device is able to process a lot of edge information and incidental data is passing, it is easy to put instead of only in tier 1 cities or tier 2 cities, we can have containerized based data centers in tier 3 and tier 4 cities, which could be purely the edge computing based data centers, and thereby processing the information there and passing maybe the incidental data to a tier 1 city or something, which could work as a centralized data center for those tier 3, tier 4 cities data center, thereby reducing a lot of load and lot of extra infrastructure costs.
Thanks. And especially this will be suiting the requirements which are places which are far away from submarine landing stations. And I was talking about especially the northeast portion of the country, wherein the latency for reaching from northeast to Bombay or Chennai, where submarine cable land, is much higher as compared to from Chennai, Mumbai to Singapore. And most of us know that the gaming has become an industry in the northeast, and the gaming requires very, very low level of latency. So possibly this processing is required more towards those areas which are bandwidth hungry, and there is no adequate supply at those stations or those places. Thank you very much. My last panelist is Mr. Satyanarayan Reddy, and he's a tech manager with Simon, India and South. And he has 22 years of diverse experience in telecom and IT field. Mr. Reddy, the question is that what are the challenges, and especially from the structured cabling systems in today's DCs, considering the increasing demand of higher speeds, support within the DC and outside DC also. And the second question is that what are the common mistakes you see when it comes to IT passive cabling design? Because passive has the least priority whenever you design any solution, be it is the passive infra or be it is a passive cabling. And what are the steps you recommend to avoid those typical problems or typical mistakes which people do while designing their DCs? Mr. Reddy.
Yeah, thank you. Hope my voice is clear to you guys. Yeah. See, basically when we are all talking about the DC, right, data center. Data center, it means to say nothing but it's an infrastructure. So infrastructure is nothing but, it would be there are so many services and systems will be including, it's all we call it as a complete infrastructure. Of course, in data center there would be power and cooling, there would be some safety, security systems would be there, and also network systems also will be there. Apart from this, there is another important system which is structured cabling system also including this. This structured cabling system will give and of course provide the connectivity between the different kind of network equipment. Network equipment is nothing but like switches, like core switches, distribution switches or access layer switches, or like routers or firewalls or load balancers or some sort of servers or storages or maybe some couple of digital space devices actually. So we need to connect all these devices. Then only the particular connection will be established to the particular server or storage, and so that the end user can be utilized for that. So to connect this, definitely there would be media is required. Definitely there are a couple of challenges which people are facing it actually. The major challenging is to meeting the bandwidth or speed requirements. So customers definitely they are facing some challenges like, so how much speed I need to consider for now? How much speed would be required for future? And what could be what kind of media we need to utilize to match for current needs as well as the future needs? That would be the major biggest challenge. So to mitigate this, yes, we need to understand a couple of latest telecommunication standards from the ISO or TIA. And most of the OEMs, equipment manufacturers, they are really educating the customer and explaining the latest standards, how it will support the higher bandwidth requirements, especially in the data center environment. So we need to follow the first standards, especially read the standards, understanding the standards, and realize what exactly right now what would be the requirement and what could be the future. When we are all talking about AI, is it AI already placed? It is already placed. And there would be more AI devices will be deployed. So obviously we need to consider the high bandwidth application cable media has to be considered in the data centers. Like for example, copper cables and fiber cables, these are the major media which will be used in the data centers. The second challenge is the space and scalability. Space means within the data center, the space is very, very expensive. Generally, as far as my knowledge, actually, I measure the space as a rack use space is the major space. The customer doesn't want, or end user doesn't want to lose even one use space also. Because it's very expensive, because they are giving the power, they are cooling the equipment, they have installed the racks, they have safety, security devices are there, huge chiller plant, UPS devices, generators. So they invested too much of money and they don't want to waste the one-use spaces actually. So definitely this is another challenge which we need to meet. For that, definitely the customers and end user, definitely they need to understand the high density panels, high density equipment, especially in the structured cabling point, that will be solved major of the problem actually. And also when we are talking about the scalability. So today what speed we required? Tomorrow what could be the speed required? So how many cables has to be connected? How many equipments are we are connecting now? Tomorrow how many equipment will be connected to for future needs? So these are all has to be designed before that. And if any point of the time, if we don't know the future, if we don't know how much of a scalability will be there, obviously let's follow the standard. What are the standard committees are for recommending? Let's follow that. Let's follow the scalability point of view. And the third major challenge is cable density. Cable management and density. For example, if you look at, if you went into any data center, hope you guys everybody went into data center, I have seen so many cables are there. Is it organized properly? If it is not organized, and which cable going to where exactly? We don't know that. So that is the major problem. So for the cable management perspective also, we need to design proper cable management, enough cable management, and it should be filled with 60% only, and the remaining 40%, let's leave it for the future point of view. So, and also we need to utilize the different kind of patch cords, cables which we need to connect it to the particular device to another device. Those are the thinner patch cords are already my manufacturers are manufacturing, so that it will consume the less space, so that we can install more and more cables proper organizingly. And the fourth major challenge is administration. See, the people and end users, or maybe the clients, which will they connect to the devices and they leave like that only. So we need to administer that. We need to record that particular thing, which cable is going to from where to where. Until unless, for example, if any problem occurs in the particular DCR, then there is no connectivity and which cable is going to where, and we don't know that, then again there would be a problem. That particular identifying the problem will take a lot of time actually. So administration also another issue, another challenge which we need to mitigate by following the standards. Especially the standard committees are clearly stating a couple of standards to be followed for the administration of the network. So if you can follow it, 90% of the problems will be automatically solved. So if you come to the second question, especially mistakes, what kind of mistakes we are doing, especially in the data center. We know I need a 10 Gbps speed. We know I need a 40 Gbps speed. I need a 100 Gbps speed. But are we selecting the right media? Customer says they want 10 Gbps speed. If the design is considered the low-level cable, obviously there is no point of using of it. It will not give the optimum performance. Maybe end user will purchase a very good switches, very good network devices, very good servers. If the media is underrated, automatically you won't get the. So that would be the major mistakes which we are doing. For example, there are specifically the cables are available which will support 10G to 40G in the copper point of view, and the 10G to 800G in the fiber point of view. So please select the proper cabling so that automatically mitigate that particular mistakes actually. The second mistake which always do it is installation wise, they don't follow the practices. They don't follow the OEM recommendations. It means to say, I've seen a couple of people where they'll install the cable with some electrical vendors. So if you give the cables to electrical vendor, okay, you lay the cable and install it. Definitely that would be a very big mistake, because while installing the cables, while installing the system, definitely we need to follow some standards, some guidelines and best practices. Otherwise, that particular channel, which is from the A location to B location, which will not perform 100%. That electrical contractors or other contractor doesn't know that, definitely. So we need a skilled labor for this, definitely, so that this mistake will be automatically mitigated. And the third major point is, which is a major point which people will do is, what cable and what cable it will support, how much speed it will support. People doesn't know that. So we need to clearly understand, okay, this is a category 5 cable, this is a category 6 cable, this is a category 6A cable, this is a category 7 cable, this is a category 8 cable. Okay, these are the fiber cables, these are the multi-mode cables, these are the single mode cables. So there are huge numbers of multiple options are available. Then we need to understand every cable parameters, their advantages, then only you select the proper cable, which will most suitable for the requirements. And that will be for the current and future requirements. That would be major mistake people would be doing of that. So that has to be mitigated by understanding the exact technology so that we can adapt the particular technology and install it in the DC so that we will get the optimum performance. The fourth one is again the mistakes which are happening, especially when DC point of view, there would be multiple types of servers would be there. Multiple, like for example, there would be different kind of OEMs, different kind of equipments would be there. So the interface what we are selecting, especially for the copper point of view or fiber point of view. For example, copper point of view, we use the interface of RJ45. But the fiber point of view, what interface we need to use? Either you need to SC or SC interface or LC interface or MPO interface. So we need to select the proper interface which will be more suitable. Also, it should be suitable for compatible for all kind of devices. Okay, I considered SC and which is not support for the particular devices. I consider LC type of interface which will not be supporting for the other device. So standards are clearly making recommending couple of interfaces to be used, especially in the data center, which will mitigate so many mistakes actually. So we need to follow the standards, especially the standards are from the TIA as well as ISO standards are available there. And of course, there are no major telecommunication standards from India, but we everybody we follow for the US as well as the Europe standards, which are the ISO standards. So this would be the best solution to overcome the challenges as well as to mitigate the problems which are occurring in the structured cabling system. Thank you very much.
Sir, I would like to add a couple of points here, which I would support him on this. What happens is, as he said, there are a lot of equipments there. And most of the times, by the way, this is not my data. PC Magazine has done a survey 2 years back, and 70% of the outages happening in the data center is because of the cabling. 70%. Just because what happens is, as we talk this as a term itself is passive infrastructure. The passive is one of the probably most neglected infrastructure anywhere. It is not only data center, in any enterprise, in any enterprise, let me not put it even vertical wise. It is the most neglected one. However, what we forget is when we are doing this passive infrastructure, what we are doing is we are doing it for not for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. We are talking about something like 15, 20 years because it goes inside somewhere inside the raceways, the walls, under the floor, which you cannot replace every 3 years, 5 years as you replace your active equipments. So even more focus has to be there on this because this you do it once and on top of it you are reusing your active equipments maybe twice or three times the life cycle. So this particular thing is one of the most neglected and which is amounting to maximum outage. Second, I agree to him what he was saying, the administrating this particular whole thing is one big problem also. Because as we were saying, the data center and a lot of other technologies coming in with complexities coming in, the nodal density is increasing continuously. One particular solution is passive is no longer passive. There are intelligent passive solutions available wherein you can have a bird's eye view on the dashboard itself and you would know which node of which rack of which patch panel is disconnected or connected, and thereby totally eliminating the manual intervention of looking into the pages and the earlier type of serial numbers and sequencing what we used to do. It is really available on the dashboard on the bird's eye view, which you can see immediately, and that person can rectify that particular port, that particular patch can be rectified immediately. These were the two things which I just wanted to make a point.
Thank you. thanks to all the panelists for sharing their thoughts. It's very rare when the banking, government, structured cabling, service provider all come at the same platform and discuss the challenges. One challenge is that we have seen in the last couple of decades. Earlier, their telecom wave came and it massified the communication as a whole in the country. But those waves were supported, well supported by, they were OEM-centric networks. So most of the responsibility, accountability, or manageability was on certain OEM to deploy the network and sometimes to manage the network also. But fortunately, unfortunately, in DC space, things are broken into various pieces. You have server from X, storage from somebody else, networking from somebody else, cybersecurity from somebody else, and managing by somebody else. And on top of that, telecom was well regulated also. So there were recommendations, there were recommendation body, regulation body. But DC is a kind of free flow. Hence, people are sitting at different maturity level. I am not sure on the sector specific how people are sharing their knowledge in terms of the evolution. Possibly these kind of events are giving us insights, what others are doing. Else everybody is busy in transactions and operations. I think knowledge sharing is required for the maturity so that the others can catch up with the leaders. As there will always be a struggle, as he mentioned, that the structured cabling or cabling is the last priority for any DC build-up case. And with this, I hope that we are going to have more challenging times and more interesting times in times to come. Thank you very much to the audience, and thank you very much to the... time is up. You can ask one question. Maybe last one question only you can take.
Sir, this is a general question. What are the advantages and disadvantages of AI data centers compared to the traditional data centers in terms of availability, reliability, scalability, flexibility, and sustainability?
Either Amit can answer or Mr. Prashant can answer this question.
Yeah, I try to answer this question actually. So the AI-based data center means especially where exactly AI was implemented. See, for example, in data center infrastructure, there are different kind of services. Is AI services are implemented in the power side, or cooling side, network side? So where exactly? So it means to say, when we implemented the AI, generally every data center will be having daily routine checks. Daily routine checks would be there actually. For that, definitely if you implement the AI, so that particular area automatically that will be cross-checked, and the particular AI will analyze the particular data and give it to the team actually. So that the human force need not to involve with such a small things actually, so that the human force can concentrate on more high-level tasks actually. And so this human force, what they need to do is they'll collect the data and they analyze the data and they can take the decisions, and also they can make the strategies. So how can we make the data center little bit, to increase the performance or something like, they can take a decisions on that on top of it. So this would be the major, effect on the AI when implementing the different kind of in infrastructure in the data centers.
I think more to add, just a couple of more points around it. So basically, I don't know whether you have heard about Google publishing something last year where they've reduced the carbon footprint of their data centers in San Francisco by about 35% approximately. And that was majorly driven by AI, essentially. So the idea there was, their application workloads on their data centers, essentially, and their server utilizations were married. That data was actually being observed through IoT devices, metrics, and whatnot. That data has been married on a real-time basis that produces actionable insights like where your workload can be shifted, where are the less utilized servers on which application, which ecosystem, how can you utilize your workload, or you can utilize your infrastructure for distributing your workload better. And a lot of technology landscape, as I mentioned in my speech as well around, there are like clusters around Kubernetes, etc., where you can load balance your workload if you have, multi-tenant Kubernetes clusters in a way, and that's how you utilize your ecosystem better. So that not only brings, cost saving using AI, it also brings sustainability angle to it. The carbon footprint reduces because you can then shut down certain nodes if you're utilizing the nodes properly in a way, or maybe you utilize them properly, build more applications on top of it per se to save cost. Yeah.
Thank you. I just like to sum it up. They're saying that there's always push and pull between the technology, the infra applications, and all this triage need to improve each other. So there is no question of then whether AI is supporting sustainability or maintainability. We have to make it that way. Otherwise, there is no choice. I mean, the kind of application demand is there. Without AI, the customer experience or the application experience will not be able to meet the customer delights. So we have to make technology smarter, infra leaner, and I think hardware side also they are making more and more codes into the same machine and making even the CPUs, GPUs smarter. So combination of all these three are going to pull each other and improve. And with this, thank you very much once again to audience as well as the sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And before we close the proceedings, I would request Sri Manoj Tandonji to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of appreciation to our panelists. We present to Mr. Amit Sehgal, Senior Vice President, Technology Head, HDFC Bank. Thank you, sir. We present to Shri Subhash Chandra Kesarvani, Director, National Communications Academy, Department of Telecommunications. And we present to Mr. Satyanarayana Reddy, Erla, Technical Manager, India and SAC, CMON. We would also like to honor our partners without whose support we would not have been able to organize this event successfully. We invite our representative from Norden to kindly come up to receive a small token of gratitude. Thank you, sir. We invite from AWS. This event was being powered by AWS. Is there any representative of AWS? Sir, Norden has to receive this. And let's have a group photograph. I would invite our representatives from AWS, our partners, for this event. AWS. VP Group. Do we have any representatives from VP Group? From Simon? Yes, we had on the stage itself. We present to Norden. Norden. Simon also. To our partners, platinum partners, Simon. We invite our gold partners, Tech Bridge. Can I invite our representatives from VP Group to kindly come up and receive a small token of gratitude? VP Group. VP Group is our diamond partner. I think VP Group has already received. And Ananta, our silver partner. Representatives from Ananta. Ekaga. And L&T Cloud Infinity. TechSphere. TechSphere is here. L&T. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together on that wonderful conference we had. Congratulating each one of you for your participation in making this conference a huge success. We look forward to seeing all of you next year in the 11th edition of this annual conference. Thank you once again to all our distinguished moderators, session chairs, and all our eminent speakers for their participation. We thank all our partners for extending their wholehearted support to us in organizing this event. Thank you once again. We invite all of you to kindly join us for a cup of tea and coffee before you leave the venue. And once again, reminding all our participants to kindly deposit your lanyards at the registration counter before you leave the venue. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. Have a safe drive home. Wonderful evening ahead. Good evening and namaskar.